Good evening.
Recording in progress.
This is to formally advise that it's required by Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Sections 18 to 25, and pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, signed into law on June 16, 2021, as extended by Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023. The Yarmouth Select Board will hold a public meeting on Tuesday, January 7th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m., beginning with an executive session and then opening to the public no sooner than 6 p.m. in the hearing room, Yarmouth Town Hall, 1146 Route 28, South Yarmouth, Mass. 02664. The public is welcome to attend either in person or via the alternate public access provided on the town website. The Yarmouth Select Board will consider entering into executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property at 316 Route 28 wastewater easements if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the public body, and I so do declare. May I have a vote to go into executive session?
Need a motion and a second.
I'm sorry. May we have a motion to go into an executive session?
Moved. So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. Voice vote, Mark Forrest,
Aye.
Tracy Post,
Aye.
Liz,
Yes. Aye.
sorry,
That's okay.
and Dorcas McGurran, aye. We are now in executive session and will return at the conclusion of this section of the meeting. Pledge of allegiance. Before I start the meeting this evening, I would like to share with you all some very sad news. Unfortunately, this week we have lost Gary Ellis. He passed away this week, and our thoughts and prayers are with his family. He was a dedicated volunteer in this town. I had the pleasure of working with him for many years on the Community Preservation Committee. He was originally he was actually the original member representing conservation on community preservation. And when Kurt Sears stepped down as chair of that committee, he took on that role. His wit, his amazing knowledge of the town, the properties, there's so much I could say about Gary Ellis. He was a good man. He was a very good man, and we will miss him dearly. And I'd like you all please to take a moment of silence. Thank you. Our thoughts and prayers, of course, are with his family. Do we have any announcements today, Bob?
I'd just like to make one announcement that the Yarmouth Historical Commission, tomorrow night, 5 p.m., Wednesday, January 8, 2025, at the Fire Station 2 Meeting Room at 340 Route 6A, Yarmouthport, Mass., will have an information session for public comment on the American Revolutionary War Monument that is proposed for the Yarmouthport Playground, also known as Thatcher Park. And there's two possible sites that have been identified, and they're going to be discussed and shown. So if any folks are interested, we're very anxious having them come out and make some public comments on that.
Tracy?
I was just going to say Joyce is online, so they should elevate her.
We see that Joyce Flynn has joined us from sunny LA, California, and will be here. Joyce, can you hear us? Joyce, I think you have to unmute your side of things. Going to get you a little assistance. See if we can bring you on board. In the interim, do we have any other announcements?
No.
Okay.
I just have one quick announcement in terms of licensing. It's for information only, but when our licensed establishments are closed, they notify the town. So just for way of reference, Department of Italian Table will
Thanks.
be
I
closed
think you
on
can hear me
Sunday,
now.
January 5th for repairs.
Yes, Joyce, thank you. We can hear you now. Welcome to the meeting. Okay, public comment. Do I have anyone in the room that would like to make a public comment today? Okay, I see Tom Sullivan, you have your hand up. Tom Sullivan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I say, Madam Chair, I see on the docket tonight, you're going to be discussing the HEROES Bill, HEROES Act. I'm hoping that the board will look favorably with this and what it basically, so those that are listening, watching, this is a major change to Chapter 59 on real estate exemptions for disabled veterans. And I have to clarify, it is for disabled veterans. So when you discuss this later, I'll probably watch online in case you do have questions, because some people have questioned whether or not it should be for all veterans, but this came out, it did come out for veterans, but it was changed. It is for disabled veterans, those who have a 10% disability to 100%. So with that, I'll let you go back to your meeting.
Thank you, Tom. Norm, I see your hand is up. Norm Holcomb? Can you hear me, Norm?
Climbing slowly, but the wind's still there to make it feel even.
All right, are we there?
Yes, you are.
All right, great. Thank you. I have 2 or 3 comments. I looked at the agenda this afternoon, and I noticed, first of all, there was no follow-up with regard to the town meeting, the special town meeting that occurred. And I know the ruling of the town council was that the vote that was passed was inconsequential to the town. And I'll relate to you, when I was in Vermont and I was on the select board in Vermont, we occasionally had meetings of that type. And our town administrator, town manager, always met with the people and coached them on how best to form their articles so that it would be effective and would be valid for all purposes. And I'm disappointed to see that we haven't done that. In Vermont, it was the town manager, he'd been there for 30 some odd years, just believed that everybody deserved full attention and help in being most effective with town meeting. He didn't want to waste town meeting's time on articles that were poorly drafted and that could not be adopted. And in this particular case, I would think that a zoning change with regard to allowing pump stations to be not to be located within 200 feet of agricultural land might have been a good way to approach that. But instead, the whole article essentially got thrown out, and I think that's very unfortunate. But I want to turn to the budget because I think there's some biggies in the budget that you're considering. First of all, I'm disappointed to see that there's an override again. This will be at least 2 years in a row being proposed, 600,000 or somewhere in that neighborhood. And I would encourage you as the fiscal watchdogs and fiduciaries, if our chair is correct, a fiduciary for the town, that you look at the balance sheet as well as the projections of revenue and expenses. It's significant. And our town select board should be looking at the balance sheet of the town to understand what our assets and liabilities are. And it might lead you to ask, how much money do we have available for investment on a monthly basis? Because I note that I think it's 2023 or 2024, and Mr. Ridenour could correct me on what year that is, but I think for fiscal 2024, our investment income is $1.7 million. That's fantastic. I'm wondering how it was generated, and if the select board might look at the assets on a monthly basis, they might conclude that maybe even more money could be derived from investments. But the point I want to make is investment income was 1.7 million. And what's in the budget for 2026? 400 and some odd thousand. So there's $1.3 million drop in investment income in the 2026 budget. That would more than fund the deficit and the override. And you ought to look at the other revenues, non-property tax revenues, because It seems to me it's $3 or $4 million in total being budgeted, less than what actually was received in 2024. So there are huge reductions in revenues being projected in 2026. I don't know why that is. Doesn't seem reasonable. So, I think proposing an override without some real close look at the financial affairs of the town would not be behaving like true fiduciaries. Last comment I'll make is about the proposal by the fire department. This issue of staffing in the fire department is not new. It's been problem over many, many years, and it continuously seems to come up because of primarily because of ambulance calls, not fires, but ambulance calls. And I know that we want to make sure that we've got enough people available to handle those calls, and in view of the increasing number of them. But I think it's really important to take a look at when those services are needed, and by time of day, by month, by week, by day, whatever, but look at the details, and don't trust anybody to do that without some real scrutiny of the details of the need for services. If all we do is throw people at a total number, then we're not behaving very responsibly. In management, the key to controlling expenses, but also to maximizing customer service, is making sure that you have the people, employees available when the services are being demanded. You don't want to have people showing up at 6 o'clock in the morning for work when most of your services are demanded at 6 o'clock at night. And that's the kind of analysis that you folks should be demanding to see. And the Finance Committee should be the ones to look into that, I would think, and come back to the board, the select board, with their thoughts about how the staffing should be related to the demand for services. So that's the last thing I'll say about it. But I think that in summary, I mean, there's a whole host of things I could say about the budget, and about the plan for budgeting. But I think the board needs to take a very close look at revenue forecasts and expense forecasts compared to the actual results, which are available through 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Norm. I see, Joe Glynn, that you have your hand up. Joe, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Joe.
Good evening. I just wanted to echo, and I won't take much of your time, which obviously you guys usually expect that I go on, but in honor of Gary Ellis, and to echo to what you said about Mr. Ellis, I just wanted to say only that he was not only involved with the Cape Cod Baseball League, and I used to see him with my kids when I was going there quite often, but as a custodian, and when I think of the CPC, I think of Gary Ellis, and I think I always will, because of the good things that the CPC does, and there are a number of them. I also thought of him as a great custodian and steward of the taxpayer money, and whenever Gary put his stamp on something, I was confident that it had been thoroughly looked into with common sense, and as you said, he was simply a good guy. So in honor of him, I just wanted to echo those sentiments, and God bless him. And as you said, comfort and condolences to his family. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Do we have anyone else that would like to make a public comment at this time? Okay. Seeing none, I will move on to our next agenda item, which is review of the final draft of Station Avenue Corridor Study Report.
We have Colleen Medeiros here from the Cape Cod Commission to walk us through.
So we have Colleen Medeiros from the Cape Cod Commission. Welcome, Colleen.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Colleen Medeiros. I'm the Transportation Program Manager at the Cape Cod Commission, and I'm happy to be here tonight to give you an update as we conclude the Station Ave corridor study we've been working on. So just a reminder of where we've been and where we started. This was included as part of our annual work program, federal fiscal year 2023, to do a corridor study for Station Ave, and it started. The study area includes the Route 6 interchange ramps all the way down to Wood Road. So by the time January 2023 rolled around, we were already on the road getting site visits conducted. We also conducted our first public meeting in this room at that time to go over existing data, including traffic volumes, speeds, and crashes. We collected extensive amount of traffic volume count data during the prior summer that year as well. Then we went back in the office and started taking a look after the feedback we got on some issues, areas, and locations of concerns of what might be needed in the future for this area and specific intersections. And then we came back in December of 2023 with another public meeting to review potential alternatives. And right now we've concluded with a draft report that's been submitted to town staff, and we're working with town staff to consider their comments, and we appreciate any other feedback tonight. So just a few highlights. As I mentioned, we've collected extensive amount of data. We did collect traffic volumes, and you'll see here it carries about 15,000 cars on an annual average basis along the corridor. And in the summer, it's about a 10% increase or so. We did look at the crash history, about 162 corridor wide. And we did note that there were several of the intersections that had some particular problems, such as the interchange ramps and then the White's Path traffic signal area as well. One other item we did hear as part earlier on the study is about the problematic Wood Road intersection. So that was given a closer look at as part of this study. Wasn't initially anticipated, but we heard loud and clear. So we did do a 12-hour traffic count, which determines if a signal is allowable to be installed based on traffic volume. So we did do that as well, and it was determined a traffic signal. The volumes are not high enough to warrant a traffic signal, but we have made other recommendations in lieu of that. So again, we had a first public meeting in January of 23 in this room. A good amount of attendees, both online and in person, which was great. And as I mentioned, we reviewed a lot of the existing conditions. And we did receive almost 70 comments as part of that meeting or following the meeting. And all of this is on our website, by the way. It's on our website, they have the recordings and the PowerPoints as well, if anyone wanted to catch up on this. An overview of some of the comments we heard. Definitely some concerns about the ramp, Route 6 ramps, knowing how congested and busy that area is. Left turns are difficult, maybe consider traffic signals. We definitely have heard loud and clear. We all experience the busy business, commercial area as well. So looking at some of those keys intersections within that area is also that center turn lane as well, feedback on confusion with that. And we also know that the rail trail's in there as well, so maybe some better connections potentially there. Also heard loud and clear about the school area. That's part, not only commercial is a major draw, but also for the regional schools as well. So noting that there's need for traffic circulation, but also improvements for multimodal. So made some great improvements there's now a shared use path with the new intermediate school, but knowing that there could be additional improvements potentially. And then we also heard, as I mentioned, Wood Road, and just knowing some sidewalk areas and just, again, simple things. We heard some, big picture ideas, maybe a traffic signal, but even just simpler ideas as cleaning up sidewalks, making them more accessible for all. So we want to document short-term potential improvements to long-term infrastructure needs, low cost and high cost as well. Also during this time frame, we performed a road safety audit in the fall of 2023. This is an in-depth crash analysis for the Station Ave at White's Path intersection. And we prepared this as a collision diagram, so it lays out all of the patterns of the crashes that have occurred. We then do a field audit and a meeting with a multidisciplinary team. So included various town staff as well as Mass DOT officials were invited down with expertise in safety and operations. So we had a great meeting, and that's all documented in a separate report, which is on our website, and the town also has a copy. They were involved, town DPW was in attendance. So that lays out some very specific opportunities to improve safety for that specific intersection. We also coordinated with the state, has a program called Safe Routes to School through the Mass Department of Transportation. We performed a walk audit for DY High School, knowing that we heard a lot of concerns about congestion there. So we performed that during drop-off during the morning. And we had representatives from that program from the state there, as well as our staff. And that is documented and will be included in the appendix to our draft report. And this is an area, I think there could be continued partnership that the town could take advantage of if there are additional concerns and opportunities to look at not just the high school, but all of the schools. And then finally, I wanted to note that we also have recently completed a separate study that studied every interchange ramp intersection in our region. That just concluded this past fall. But the findings from that report also highlight concerns for the Station Avenue Route 6 ramps where they intersect Station Avenue. So just highlighting, again, another analysis pointing to area of concerns for these ramps. And again, right here, the Route 6 eastbound off-ramp had 39 crashes in that's a 5-year period. So here's a quick highlight of the second public meeting we held, and it was the review of potential alternatives. So we have actual graphics that were laid out and reviewed for potential concepts to improve safety and operations at the study area intersections. We also developed, this here is a matrix that's included in the draft report. We'll go over benefits and potential detriments for different alternatives for the town to consider if they should move forward with any of these improvements. But generally, most improvements that are in this matrix are feasible and showing great benefits. So I'll go over some of these in the next few slides. But again, you've heard me talk about the Route 6 ramps. So both of those ramps, we did do extensive traffic counts. They both meet warrants for traffic signals. And that would have to be coordinated with the state as they own the off-ramps. And when you're looking at traffic signals, an alternative means is also a roundabout, and that would have to be considered as part of the state's process as well. So we did analyze both, and we provided conceptual layouts. They both work from an operations standpoint, and there is right away to accommodate either. So both of these are feasible opportunities and concepts for the town and the state to consider to improve safety at these intersections. And they would also incorporate multimodal accommodations as well. You can see that orange is a sidewalk or a path. Similarly, so this is the westbound ramp. As I mentioned, both of those ramp intersections would be a similar recommendation, either a traffic light or a roundabout potentially in the future. And then we moved south along the corridor. We come to the White's Path intersection. We did look at a roundabout at the White's Path intersection, knowing that there is some tight property lines there, so we didn't think a roundabout was the most the preferred method to improve that intersection. It could be accommodated, but there would likely be a lot of right-of-way takings, and that had to be further investigated. So we're recommending some signal and lane reallocation opportunities for the White's Path intersection to improve safety. As well, that there is also some short-term recommendations from that road safety audit that could be done in the interim. And then we focused on the center turning lane that is heading south in the commercial area. We know that that can be problematic, and it can invite higher speeds and people misusing it. So an alternative that could be for consideration is to make formal left turn lane pockets instead of just a shared turn lane as well. So that's a concept that we've developed on that graphic there. And then another area again was the schools. So here we showed an opportunity to make a dedicated left turn lane into the high school property, knowing that that severely backs up in the morning, so that might be an opportunity. But I think there might need to be a bigger picture look at the school properties in general anyways, to look at might be feasible within the property to improve circulation, whereas our study mainly focused on the public right-of-way. There's just a quick zoom in. And, you know, there were some other intersections in there as well, Old Townhouse Road. I didn't highlight all of them, but there was no major changes there recommended, maybe some lane reallocation, but that one's not a high crash intersection as well. And then, as I mentioned, Wood Road doesn't meet the warrants for traffic signal, but it would potentially work as a always stop that we recommended maybe the town look at, because right now it's just stop controlled on the minor approaches. So you could look at an always stop for all 4 approaches, and that's something Mass DOT is also recommending based on they're starting to look at always stop interventions to improve safety. So where we are, so the draft report's been prepared, it's under review with town staff. We've taken in some feedback, and we will be tweaking some potential concepts, edits, and then once that is finalized, we'll be available to post it on the website and share with you all. And then we would like to continue to work and serve the town as needed if they would like to move any of these concepts forward, you know, to coordinate with the state, talking about the Route 6 ramps in particular. That will take some coordination as well. And again, I'm potentially taking advantage of looking at the schools, continuing that discussion, seeking assistance with MassDOT Safe Routes to Schools, an opportunity as well. And then we'll be wrapping up with the final report on our website. And I think that's the last slide. David Nolan couldn't be here tonight, so but you can reach either of us via email or on our website, capecodcommission.org/Station Ave.
Thank you. Let me just see if any of the select board have some questions for you. Mark?
Colleen, thank you. My question is more for us in terms of process, and we may want to discuss this now, or we may want to discuss it later. But I think this topic is a big topic. I think it gets us part of the way down the road, but there's still more work that we have to do. And obviously, I think on the board, we're going to be very interested in hearing what our own town officials, our town departments, and staff have to say. So I think for tonight, this is sort of a good sort of intro, an initial orientation, but I'm glad you acknowledge that there's some additional work that needs to be done. Clearly, there are public safety improvements that are necessary, and we also are still wrestling with the question related to the school traffic. There's some school traffic issues that we need to have on our radar screen and figure out how we wrestle with, if there's a need for a more detailed study to find ways to address that. I think I'm interested in hearing more about that. Again, not tonight, but maybe at a future meeting we can get into that. I'm very cognizant that tonight we have a lot of town department heads here and budget stuff here, and so my interest is in having some initial awareness, which we got tonight, and then we can have some more follow-up, concentrated conversation amongst ourselves and with our own administration and our department heads about some of the next steps, because there's no question we need more studies. We also need to really assess the question that the state is sort of forcing us to look at, is that with the new school to replace the Marguerite Small School, there's one proposal that's on the table, at least that the state's going to insist on, that a new school addition, or most of those kids end up somewhere at one of the facilities on Station Ave, that there be a modification to the Station Ave school. And I'm really concerned about us wrestling with that question without having more information in terms of what the additional traffic impacts will have on Station Ave. Station Ave, I think, for me and what I hear from folks in town, is increasingly becoming a real frustration point for Yarmouth residents. It's the main corridor, north and south, and there are times in the day where it's just total gridlock. And so the idea of adding yet another school population, doing more things without having an overall blueprint in terms of improving traffic flow and improving public safety is a real problem for me. I think there's a lot more work that still needs to be done. This is a great start. I appreciate the commission staff and your team looking at this, Colleen, but it's sort of the beginning of a fairly long and involved process. So I'm glad we had a chance to at least get briefed on what the draft report is recommending. But I look forward to the board having discussion maybe at a subsequent meeting in terms of where we go from here, and get some recommendations from our own town staff as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Tracy?
Yeah, I agree with Mark. There's a lot of really great information here, and it's deserving of its own full meeting, to be honest. There's a lot of discussion that needs to happen when you look at all the pieces of this. But what Mark spoke about with, the more, I guess, acute information that we need relating to the school situation and what we potentially might do with that is very important. But, looking at your study of accidents, the accidents don't really seem to be related to the school issue. I mean, the majority of the accidents that are here are rear ends. I'm not sure how you change a road to fix that personally, but you just got to pay attention. So that's, I don't know, I get a little bit confused to say that the traffic pattern's bad when you see the rear ends, because it's literally just people not paying attention. You can put a roundabout there, I'm not sure it's going to change much. So when you talked about a 10% increase in the summer, do you have any data about the trips in certain times of the day? So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, before the school, we had an issue that was coming anyway, before it happened. And I'm wondering how much of it's related to certain times of the day, if you've had any tracking with that, with drop-off and pickup
Yep.
times.
Yeah, we certainly, the traffic counts we put out are tubes in the road that you drive over, so they count 24/7. So we have timestamps throughout the day, and I believe we also might have throughout the year as well. So hopefully, I think we might have a summer traffic count, but then also an off-peak that where schools would be in session. I believe that's included in the draft report, and I didn't include the table tonight, but it's, within 10%, it's not a big difference, really. When you look at variations on a regular basis, it's not like a huge jump, so.
Right, well, we have school not in session, and then you have our peak tourist time, so
Yeah.
there's somewhat of a balance, but I'd be interested in looking at the specific data related to time.
Yep, we can definitely.
Again, I agree with Mark. I'd like to hear from Jeff on this in terms of the short and long-term recommendations, which I very much appreciate you putting in there, and where it fits into our overall plan. So hopefully we can have a discussion again soon after staff makes their recommendations and comments. Appreciate your help.
Thank you, Tracy. Liz?
Yeah, I had a lot of thoughts about it, and I feel like I should have been at the public sessions, but I wasn't there. And I don't want to take time with the board, and it sounds like we're going to return to this. So, but I was surprised that there was nothing done about Long Pond Road and trying to get onto Station Avenue from Long Pond Road, but apparently not. But if I have thoughts, would I go to Jeff then? I'm looking for guidance maybe from Bob as to how to help speed this up a little bit.
Well, any input that you have would be excellent to just jot it down. We're going to funnel all of this information through the Department of Public Works and try to inventory the issues and concerns and decide what, the most important issues to
Great,
work on
and
first.
I'll bring my comments to Jeff. I also thought it would be interesting to see what your solution as the planner for the eastbound and westbound ramp left turns, but you certainly aren't going to have two roundabouts, one after another. So I would love to see your thoughts in terms of solving that problem, but what's the combination look like?
Yeah, that would have to be definitely further studied and engineered, but at this
We'll
time,
leave it at that. I don't wanna
two
take-
roundabouts could be feasible. It does exist in the rest of the country. But we'd have to take into account a roundabout at the eastbound ramp because of the proximity to the White's Path signal is probably a tighter concern to make sure that those two don't back up. And that would have to have a little bit more extensive modeling. But preliminary, from a high-level point of view, signal and roundabouts are feasible to improve safety and operations.
I'll bring
Yeah.
this to Jeff. Thank you.
Sure.
I just have one more comment. I can't stand the middle lane on Station Ave. It's awful. So to the extent that you have very dedicated turns on there, I think that will be helpful. It's something that people just use as a throughway, and it's dangerous, especially when people are pulling out of different parking lots. So that is one thing that I think will be an improvement.
Joyce?
Oh, hello. As a resident of Long Pond Drive, I can tell everyone that Long Pond Drive has been especially congested lately. In mornings, we expect that with all the traffic going to the high school, but now there's traffic that continues through the morning, and I've actually wondered if it wasn't related to the Route 28
Right.
sewer disturbance of the road. So that might be a temporary thing. But we're patient people on Long Pond Drive. There also has been past discussion on numerous occasions of putting a traffic light on the corner of Long Pond Drive and Station Ave. And I can just offer this little nugget of information. The neighbor at the corner of Station Ave and Long Pond Drive, who would make it his life's mission to oppose a traffic light suggestion every time it came up, moved away 2 years ago. So you got some wiggle room.
Okay, Joyce, any other comments?
No, I mean, I really appreciate the work that the Cape Cod Commission and Colleen in particular are putting into this, because it it really does seem that Station Ave has gotten busier and busier. But some of that is economic development, and some of that, of course, is the schools. And I would agree with the concerns expressed by colleagues that we need to think about how future school planning might be a part of that. On the corner of Long Pond Drive and Station Ave, there's always at least one accident every summer, and usually more than that. But as Tracy said, they're fender benders, so they're sort of driver fault rather than road fault. So I'm done.
Thank you, Joyce. I agree with my fellow board members that thank you very much. It's a very comprehensive report, but there is much more that we need to discuss on this. As Mark has pointed out, we've got the future of a potential another school coming into that situation. As Tracy's pointed out, that middle lane is quite frankly a nightmare. I mean, you almost have to like close your eyes and go in.
Don't do that.
No, I know, don't do that.
Not a good idea.
Not a good idea, but it seems as if people are just kind of using that as their own personal throughway. And definitely warrants, I think, our getting together with with Jeff and our other folks here in town and try to figure out some strategies for what we're going to do going forward. So we will be putting this on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Great,
We
we're here to
appreciate
help,
your work.
so thank you.
Thanks,
again.
Colleen.
Surprised to see a 40-mile-an-hour speed. It's kind of fast.
Next on the agenda this evening, we have the Matakees Utilization Committee update.
Is that cane legal?
Okay, seat's a little low. Thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, how are you all? Good.
Good to see you, Sharon.
Good to be here.
And let me just start off by saying thank you for undertaking the chair of this committee.
Well, it'll be an interesting process, so I'm looking forward to it and afraid of it, too. But I think with the expertise of both of our administrators and the due diligence they've already given it, they should be thanked, because the process that you've developed is a very intriguing one, and but I'm optimistic about it, and I'm very hopeful about the different ideas that are going to be presented. So, looking forward to it. I just want to introduce myself. I'm a member of the Matakees Utilization Committee. My name is Sharon Weimer, and I am serving as the chair. All of the members are not here, but there are some other members. I'd like to introduce the other members of the Matakees Utilization Committee, which is also known as MUC. I want to thank you for the name.
Thank Bill. Thank Bill.
Yeah, well, he has sort of a devilish little humor, I've discovered about Bill. So, Andrew Leard is our vice chair. Lindsay Petro is our secretary. John Anderson, Ian Kelly, Barbara Lavoine, Joe Potska, and our alternate Robbie Whitehouse are our other members. So they're all terrific. We've had a couple of meetings to date, and they're all excited about the possibility of what can be developed here at the 70-acre site of Matakees School and the ME Small School. I'd like to also just tell you just a little bit. I've been a member of the Yarmouth community since 1978. I've participated in many different community efforts, too numerous to mention, but my main focus in terms of work has been real estate, and I have worked for a number of different firms within the town, and then I also became a principal and owner of my own company for 20 years. So my experience tells me that we must look for the highest and best use of the Matakees property. So I'd like to, we also know, Bill and I also know that the agenda is really full tonight, so we're going to be as brief as we can in terms of this first presentation. So I'd like to start by reading the charge that you've given us, and then I'm going to turn it over to Bill, who would like to go through the different processes. So, and the reason I want to do the charge is because you're going to see, and you know it, because you created it with Bill and Bob, the extensive need for the process that we've developed. I shouldn't say we, Bill and Bob. So the Select Board charge is to create an effective reuse plan in a manner that considers multiple alternatives toward achieving a proposal for the reuse of the site. The Selectmen-appointed study committee shall take specific steps, such as those outlined by the scope of work, to ensure inclusion of the many interests in the property in an impartial manner, and combine that input with technical support to determine alternative scenarios that will contribute to, but are not limited to, one of the many following areas: economic, cultural, recreational, tourism, social, housing, parks, community centers, or educational development of the town of Yarmouth. The outcome shall provide plans, profiles, and renderings with costs associated with its engineering, permitting, design, construction, implementation, funding, and operations, with an understanding of impacts on the community both as a whole and nearby to the site. There have been discussions, as you've just referred to, as to the possibility of the adjacent Emmy Small Elementary School moving, and as a result, that possibility is considered in the analysis. The scope of the project attached hereto and commensurate with the filing of the town warrant will be updated and approved by the board. And Bill is going to briefly touch base.
Bill Scott, Assistant Town Administrator. What I'll do is go through the presentation, which is essentially the scope, and it is the scope that has changed somewhat since the original scope. And the reason for that is, as we went through the selection process for committee members, there's a realization that a lot of people wanted to have a voice in this, and those voices were around those topics that you saw: economic development, housing, and things like that. So there were multiple layers of opportunities, multiple organizations interested in this, and multiple approaches that we could use to do that. So we needed to create something that brought in all these different ideas. And but before we start, I just want to show you what we've done. We've got 2 meetings. We've got the vice chair, the chair, secretary, all appointed. We've adopted this 7-phase scope. We've sent out instructional memos to project teams, which I'll explain later. Established liaisons for those teams. Created a web page with background information that's we're going to update. We've got the RFP out for the consultant, and we're working with the communications department on a video because this is going to be a difficult site to visit. We want to be able to get people to understand, what the site condition is, at least in the building. And then also we have another consultant updating the 10-year-old study of the site in terms of the feasibility, not the feasibility, but its condition and the costs associated with that.
If I could just introduce a thought, in terms of our committee page, and the project page has probably 11 or 12 items that we've already listed on the webpage. And they talk about what Bill was referring to, is that there are probably 4 or 5 old building sites that were done by architects within the school. And so some of that is going to be updated. But I also wanted to mention your very talented staff member that is Kathy Williams, who is the town planner. And she has put together a great zoning analysis of the present site. And if anybody wants to look as to how thorough your staff is, you just have to look at that product to know what a great asset Kathy Williams is.
And I think that's a good point. What we're doing is collecting information from staff and committees, so we're not really spending money on consultants right up front. We're getting all the information we can together before we go there. Right now, we have phases, and each phase will be about 3 months, and then we will give a update to the Board of Selectmen and hold public meetings. So the site conditions for the building, we're about 2 weeks off schedule on that. We've sent notifications to the teams, and we're working with them. As you can imagine, many committees and teams that we're working with have other committees, so the sort of matrix of trying to get 3 meetings over 3 months out of 6 different groups is going to be daunting. The RFP has
Could I
been released.
interrupt you
Yep,
again?
Sure, go ahead.
It's my one rare moment that I get to interrupt
Okay.
you. So, the whole conversation that Bill was just having in terms of we would love your support in anytime you have an opportunity to speak with any of the departments. We would love to get our dates fixed so that we can make sure that our liaisons to those committees can participate and we get it all down. And so if you have any ability to say, oh, by the way, did you provide Muck with your dates for future Zoom meetings? We'd love that. So, see, Bill, I'm trying to help you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. But to that point, having all those 3 months scheduled means that the public can start choosing, and we can start avoiding conflicts where 2 teams are meeting on the same date, and then residents are trying to decide, do I go to economic development, I go to housing? So these are the teams, and some of them are the representative of existing committees. So housing is a housing trust, a committee, and everything's there. Open space and water supply. Education will work with the school department, CDC, Chamber of Commerce, staff. And municipal and social service will be essentially a staff, like what municipal facilities could go here, and sort of running scenarios to that. The key to this is we don't want to be a year or 6 months to a year down the road and then have somebody say, did you think about X? And because that's when you start cycling back and starting over again. So it's important to get all the information from the various topics. So here is the sort of diagram that explains it, and we're relying on each of these teams to provide proposals and within those sort of topical areas.
Yes.
So,
Would you like to talk about yesterday, too?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
why don't you
Right.
lead with that?
One of the bubbles or the project areas is housing. And so yesterday, Mary Wagon, another competent staff member, put together a 2 committee, Community Housing Committee and the Affordable Housing Trust, led by Bob, to be a joint meeting. And there were also the liaisons that are the housing liaisons from the Muck Committee were there as well. I know Mark was there as being part of the Affordable Trust. And it was a great informational meeting. It wasn't the first run amok meeting. It was the informational meeting so that everybody could understand what the process is, because that's difficult to get everybody on the same page. So it was, I think, the first time that those 2 committees have ever been together. I may be wrong on that, but I think that's the case. So it was great.
So having these committees come in and provide the separate components means that eventually, and I'll show you the 3-phase process, you're putting together the puzzle. The muck is with the consultant. So we can, just finished a housing production plan, an open space and recreation plan. So there's a lot of knowledge and value and understanding in these committees that we can't find elsewhere, and having them involved in the process. And the way the process works is that, we're asking them in a sort of synonymous method across them through questionnaires or whatever, the same questions, so that we can compare apples to apples as they return their information. So the groups would work with outside groups, and then Matakee's Utilization Committee would work with the Board of Selectmen and the public. These groups are still posting their meetings and having them separately, so they can invite the public as they see fit, but obviously as public meeting requirements see fit. So you can see the amount of transparency that can go happen with individual meetings on a topic, and then also coming to the board on a regular basis. So the knowledge base, and I don't want to really go over this, is, let's start with the people who are already doing the work in these topical areas and ask them what some of the components are for the site. Let's use the knowledge that they derived in their planning process, hiring their consultants, and then move it forward. So in February to April, the consultant is selected, and the land use teams meetings begin. And there's 3 meetings. There's we call it muck around, which is everybody thinks of everything. Everything is on the table in the first meeting, and so no idea is left off the table. And people are free to think outside the box. It doesn't mean that every single thing is going to come to fruition. The next meeting after that in the following month is going to be, they get their ideas down to 3 ideas. It may be that 2 or 3 of the ideas in the first meeting combine to be 1. And then the last meeting they have in the following month is that they're getting 1 idea, 1 at an elevated state and 1 at a moderate state, essentially higher or lower density or more of each. And what that does is, again, we don't have somebody stand up and say, have you ever thought about X? Well, that's what we should have thought of in the first meeting, and then discounted it maybe potentially in the other meetings. So that 3-meeting process eventually leads to an RFP. MUC is sending an RFP to each of these groups, a request for proposals, and then the consultant is helping them pull their proposal together. So you can see if the board wants 3 alternatives, you've got 6 groups coming in with multiple ideas. It's going to be easy to find 3 alternatives by mixing and matching them. And as you're doing this, the public is saying, well, I like this part of the plan, but not necessarily this part of the plan. And we can go backwards and forwards in the process to accomplish that. So there's a benchmarking list that we do. So as they're coming up with the ideas, we're also looking at how else has somebody handled this particular topic in a redevelopment. And then their proposals are due in late July. Early on in this process, after the assessment of the building, we're also going to have the consultant determine on a tabular basis how much would it cost to put residential here versus office versus other uses. Because residential is very expensive in a building like this because you have to run all the utilities to all the separate units versus an office might be cheaper. So a lot of people might think, how can we reuse the building? We're not going to do a lot of drawings. We're just going to run a cost per square foot and say, here are the obstacles to do this use versus that use. So it helps you understand whether the building, or at least portion of it, should survive based on the land uses you proposed. And also based on the study. I mean, to the Public Works Department's credit, they are, keeping that building, from, and constantly watching the building and managing it. So time is not on our side, so we want to move this thing quickly so that we're not carrying that building. So the land use team's proposals are presented, consultants review the proposals, and then MUC review with the consultant. So you can see you're getting all this great knowledge and ideas from people. They're getting it from, the public and bringing it all together into sort of that puzzle. And then, you ostensibly, the consultant is put together a utilization plan. All the finite detail is not there, but there's enough to say you've accomplished what you need. We don't want to get into a situation where we go into a lot of engineering before we get out of, does the public like the way we're proposing the use? So this is really the finish line for the study, to the extent that we're saying, here's the mix of uses, here's generally their impacts, and then you would go back to town meeting to get an implementation plan with more finite engineering. We don't want to spend a lot of money on engineering to find out people don't like the plan. So going back and forth is what's probably going to happen here with that utilization plan. And then you can see you're going from the utilization plan to formalized cost estimates and the cost benefit. That is, how much does it cost the town to sustain whatever is on the site that we might have responsibility for? Maybe it's all private sector. You formalize the permitting and official town actions in terms of division of the property, sale of property, RFPs, and then you begin the implementation plan. So you're basically saying, here's the steps we need to take at the various town meetings, grants we need to apply for, and that's really after the utilization plan. And you can see still select board updates are happening at the end of these processes. Because the process is getting more detailed, there is less work done other than one topic in each area. So your final reports and schedule developed. The one thing that we need to do is somehow, as we move forward, make sure we're aligning it with the town meeting process. So if we need to hit a milestone, is there a town meeting coming up? And so that's one thing that we might do, either pushing it out or pulling it back in to do that. And there are grants for, building demolition and things like that. If we decide with the board and others that part of the building comes down, do we pursue that grant while we're still doing the study? We don't want to miss opportunities as we're moving forward. So some of the keys to this, and this is what I had heard from the board, is timing. And what I've heard from the Finance Committee is we need to overcome the carrying cost of this building, so we can't spend 4 or more years doing this. And also the carrying costs of the engineering. Once we get the utilization plan done, then we're going in and saying, here's a specific set of funds we need for implementation. The next is existing knowledge, and I don't know, Sharon, if you want to offer, the advantages of that, and.
Well, certainly, we don't, we talked about saving money by not using consultant early. We will need it for technical help later on, as I indicated in our scope. We're looking for plans and financial analysis, et cetera. But right now, there's already in existence a group of committees that actually have plans for housing, let's say, if there was housing. Recreation is in the middle of a field study. So there are a lot of people doing things. I do want to also say about the housing, she went and secured a grant that was available. So she's seeking help to run the whole conversation with that, which is wonderful. There's no money we're expending on that behalf. She got it as a grant. So there's some great opportunities for saving money by doing it this way. And we think there are committees that are very capable of providing great ideas. And we're looking forward to the first one to see of each group to see what kind of ideas might come out. We're also, we've had discussions in our committee meeting about making sure that we get Yarmouth town residents as well with their ideas. So we're trying to think of ways, and I guess that would be a second ask of you, that if there are people that come because you're so used to getting public comment, that if we can start to get our word out, that there are ideas we're looking for, and they come to you, we would love it if you'd pass it on to our committee, because then we're going to have a discussion at our next meeting about that process. So we're really eager to hear from the town of Yarmouth folks, and I know that Kathy is planning a meeting for her follow-up for her vision planning thing on the 29th, I believe. And so there was mention that she would try to create some dialogue too about the Mattakese project. So there's some great opportunities, and if we can all work together, which is something the town of Yarmouth, I'm sure, would love, that we all kind of work together to find the best use for the property, which would include money, I'm sure, but in terms of all that the town of Yarmouth is going through with the wastewater expenses, et cetera. So,
And the last step is really the implementation plan. So once the utilization plan gets developed, we don't want to leave it there. We want to say, okay, is this part of the site going to go to a private developer, and is there an RFP, and what do we have to do at town meeting to make that happen? I think the important thing is, as you meld all the different ideas together, committees can meet with the public, and, people interested in economic development can attend that meeting. And then it is going to be up to the utilization committee and their consultant and sort of representatives of those teams to sort of say, well, maybe if we do a little less of X, you can fit a little more of what you're thinking of, whether it be ball fields, housing, economic development activities, things like that. So it's going to be a negotiation near the end of the process of all these different plans.
and then you will be left to select what's the best options that are brought to you, so. I don't know if you have
Joyce,
any-
from way out there in California, do you have any questions?
I don't think I do. It does seem that what we do with those Higgins Crowell sites is kind of crucial to everything, even up by my neighborhood. So I'll be very curious to see how public comment and the committee's work combine to give us good things.
Thank you, Joyce. Mark?
Thank you, Sharon, and thank you to all of your fellow committee members for getting roped into this assignment.
Right.
We very much appreciate all the energy and enthusiasm that you're bringing to this. And congratulations on figuring out a creative way to interrupt Bill
I know.
periodically.
It's been a challenge,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
but I'm working on it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think we're all ready for the quiz now. This is obviously a very, very challenging enterprise. There's a tremendous amount of interest, as you know, in this whole project. I think your biggest challenge is going to be, how do we keep the public engaged in this? Public participation is incredibly important, and I think this is something that we're just going to have to continually assess and look for ways to keep the public aware and up to speed to some degree on what's going on. Also, to get input from the public. I think we've learned a lot from the exercise on the drive-in property. And you mentioned Kathy Williams. Kathy did a great job in helping us develop a survey and other ways to get public input on that site, because it was pretty clear that as we got to a point where we had a pretty good idea of what the town wanted and what the town was comfortable with, and that took a lot of work. So I think it would be nice to be able to, when we get to the end of this project, to not only get a sense of what makes sense, but know that in our deliberations, we have a pretty good idea of what the public wants and where the public, what the public is interested. And the surveys that were done for the drive-in site were very helpful. They were very thoughtful, well laid out, and I honestly believe that what we're creating there is indeed a project that reflects the will of the people of this community, and that's been reflected in the various votes at town meetings. So I would continue to encourage you to pick Kathy's brains and others on the staff in terms of figuring out creative ways to engage public input, because it's often easy to say that and to invite public meetings, but it's another thing at the end of the day to come up with a set of recommendations that embrace what the public wants. And like I said, I think we did that with that project. I think we did a great job. The town staff was crucial in terms of bringing that together. I like just the overall approach to this. I think at times it can be tough to follow, but the reality is that there is some method to the madness. And you've got an ambitious time frame. Let's face it, there's a lot of work that has to be done within the year. We've given ourselves a year time frame. I think that's something that people in this community are going to be thrilled to hear, to know that we're going to work at a very brisk pace and then bring about a set of recommendations at the end of the year. The risk in all this, again, is losing the public, so I think the public participation component is going to be a work in progress. But we've got good people to support you so that you guys can get that done and do it well.
Well, I appreciate your comments, Mark, because that is going to be a discussion. We're talking about our agenda for the 13th meeting that the MUC committee has. And part of that has been how do we involve and get ideas. So my bringing it up in front of you is my hope that, hey, you know, if you're bored and you want to ask somebody a question, I know you don't normally, but hey, what do you think about the Mattakese? You know, whatever you can do from your position would greatly enhance our desire to touch base with Yarmouth residents to get their ideas. And I think your survey idea is something that we'll add to our agenda in terms of, is this something we should be doing too? So I appreciate the comments.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Tracy? I'm sorry, Bill?
Sure. Just to the public comment, I think the important thing is getting the entire schedule out there. So we have those 3 meetings and then the RFPs, so that the public can say, here's how I can attend these different topical areas and be a participant, because we really don't want to give them a heads up 2 weeks out and find out that they can't attend or they didn't know what happened. So key to this is getting all those team schedules together and then giving people the option.
And then we are asking any of those meetings to be Zoomed, so in a location that can handle that. And
Let me just respond by saying I think that's all great.
Yep.
It's all good.
Yep.
It should be part of the DNA and the MO, standard operating procedures or whatnot. But I think what we've learned from our own experience is that sometimes you literally have to, like, get into people's homes or get to them directly. And like I said before, the surveys that were done on the drive-in site were very, very helpful. And we didn't capture everybody, but we at least were able to give every individual resident in town an opportunity to basically have a say in terms of what's going on. And I think, quite frankly, you're going to get a lot of interest in this town, residents wanting to have a say. This is, as you know, this is a community that likes to get engaged in things like this. So I think I would take advantage of it.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Tracy?
I agree, and I think we need to take advantage of it early. So when you talk about throwing everything on the table, I think doing that early instead of later on after you've already kind of maybe went down a particular path might be a little bit difficult. But, you know, one of the things that typically happens in situations like that is you'll start to see a pattern. And, you know, collaboration and consensus is so important because, like Mark said, I think those surveys showed a lot of similarities. You can kind of start to form something, and when it does come to the point of having to raise and appropriate funds for it, it's certainly
helpful.
Very helpful to have the consensus there. So I think the way that you've outlined what you're going to be doing is a heavy lift. I'm very appreciative. The timeline is quick, but carrying that building the way that it is extremely expensive. I don't know if the public understands how very expensive it is if, you know, to insure a vacant building of that size. So not that that should be your sole focus, but it's the longer these buildings sit, the more they deteriorate, and whether or not the building stays or not is a whole nother argument or consideration. But I believe that when you're done with your work and you come to us, you'll make it easy for us, because if you've really listened to everybody along the way, it's going to take a life of its own. And there's just so many opportunities right now that that's probably hard to see, but I feel like we will get to a point where there will be consensus that you can see, and we'll move forward. So I appreciate everything. I appreciate your presentation. Very good. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you to everybody who stepped up to be on the committee, and I look forward to the next step.
Thank you, Tracy. Liz?
I would also encourage you to go to the feasibility study that was conducted by the Library Planning Committee.
Yeah.
Because that was calling out elements that are absent in terms of meeting spaces, and so that's a good document right there to pull off of. The other thing that I think your consultant is going to pick up on, and if not, then I would encourage you to reach out and help with this. That solar system is very valuable, and it's far from its retirement age. It's something that the Cape and Vineyard Electric Cooperative own, but it's coming into its buyout options, and it would be reached its buyout end of contract life in 2033, which very well could be coincidental with getting anywhere. And I think one of the aspects that maybe, I don't know how it fits into the teams, but one of the things that Yarmouth doesn't have that's becoming more, Bob and Bill are working towards, the idea that we have emergency sheltering and a grid-free place to go when the grid is down and we have storms and floods and so on. So that's with that solar system right there, there's the distinct possibility that you could have a really terrific opportunity to shelter people in grid down situations. And talk about grants for creating sustainability and shelters is very high on the list right now in terms of municipal vulnerability in that case. So I've also heard rumblings that Barnstable, the town of Barnstable, no longer has its convention center, and gee, wouldn't Yarmouth do well to have a convention center and up the commercial tax base? But who knows where that fits. But at any rate, those were my comments. And wonderful work. I look forward to participating wherever I can.
Thank you, Liz. You both have done a superb job, as has all your committee, and you've got a tough job. That silent majority, how do we get them to start talking and writing? That's going to be the key.
Well, it may be as simple as having some wonderful ideas that people haven't thought about or are totally against. I mean, there is that whole dynamic of what's going to happen in terms of maybe the Economic Council may come with certain ideas, but housing comes with others, recreation with others, and how do you pull all those together will be a fascinating time in the committee. So I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go right ahead.
No.
Well, we also have great help available for us for communication with Lori being on board, Lori Sullivan. And I like the fact that you're going to be back here quarterly giving us updates. So it's something that is staying on the agenda, something that we want people to have at the front of their minds. And I just think we have to start asking them, what would you like to see Muck doing? I love the name Muck. Let them run amok in this town and figure out.
I'm not sure I was proud to say to my children, oh, I'm going to be the chair of the Muck Committee, but they weren't quite understanding what that was about.
But certainly, and when we start discussing, which is coming up shortly on the agenda, our goals, you'll see that it's right there and on the goals for us. So whatever we can do to help you, we appreciate you taking the time and effort. It's a hot seat we've put you into, and we appreciate you.
Looking forward to it, actually. So we're looking forward to it. I think I'll leave it at that. And so,
Well, thank you very much.
thank you for letting us come tonight. We know you have a busy schedule, so we will leave.
Got it. Madam Chair, I've got a point of order. I'd like to suggest, I'm just looking at this outstanding group of talent that we have here in the room tonight, and I'd like to see if it might make sense if we just move our select board goals until, slip that down a couple of items, and the town meeting article discussion on the HERO Act, and bring up the capital improvement plan presentation, and bring up the budget workshop with the finance committee, because just about everybody here in this room is here for those two items, and I would recommend that we move those up on the agenda and put the other two items that I mentioned to bring them up after.
I take in your suggestions, and given the time and when we were looking at coming up with these items, we're really at that time. So at the moment, we will move our town meeting article on the HERO Act and the review of the select board goals till after the budget workshop. So if we could have our capital improvement plan presentation, please.
Thank you.
Guys, got the clicker. Great.
Thank you. We appreciate that suggestion. So we're back again. I'd like to introduce my committee. We have Ken Smith. He's from the Planning Board. He's the representative from the Planning Board. Lindsay Petro. She's also on the MUC committee. I'm not sure, I don't think anyone else is here, but we have George Perkins from the Finance Committee. Joe Jamal, he couldn't be here tonight because he was sick. And myself, Sandy Fife, I am the chair. I'd also like to thank all the department heads. We couldn't do this without all their hard work, and especially to thank Bill. But we also want to thank and recognize the efforts of a prior committee member who actually was on the committee for 10 years. She had great ideas. She really gave it her all. Judy Connor Taver, who's no longer with us, and we will miss her talents, but we know that she's very active in the town, so we'll see her in another place. But so we wanted to recognize her efforts. So, let's see if I can figure this out. All right, Bill. I hope, is that the same one I have here?
We added the slide with numbers.
Oh, sorry, I should have brought that up from beginning with. So the purpose of our presentation tonight basically is to hand off our document. We've already met with the Finance Committee, and this is our initial document. It's a preliminary report. It is our plan to meet again in January, and as needed during the warrant process, and finalize our numbers. So we're just providing tonight an overview of the document and a discussion for our initial recommendations. So the Capital Budget Committee is charged with reviewing all the requests. Basically, requests come in that are $10,000 or greater and have a useful life of 5 years. Examples would be buildings or vehicles, computer equipment, roadways, sidewalks, hopefully not reoccurring expenses. The committee recommendation takes the form of a 5-year capital plan and a 10-year facility plan according to the charter. These items are budgeted for and are presented at town meeting as the capital budget. The capital budget, as you know, is separate from the town's operating budget, which we're going to hear more about tonight. So this is our 3rd year of a cloud-based system for entry. It's really helped us greatly in our process. The departments enter their information and they give us so much supporting documentation that we're able to view online, so we don't have to print anything, but it's always available. It's at our fingertips. So first, the items go to the town administrator. He reviews the projects, and he sends those via the portal to us. The system facilitates a much more rapid movement, and we're also able to capture with this system things that we missed before. Fall town meeting items are now in the portal, and we're able to review those and rate those also before the fall town meeting. So it's really helped us in tracking, and we, you know, we really appreciate all Bill's efforts in putting this forward. And as I said, this is our third year, and the departments have really embraced it also, as well as the school. So this is our basic schedule. We start in September. As soon as the items go through the town administrator, they come to us. We meet weekly. We meet every week, usually on Mondays. And then we present to the Finance Committee, which, as I said, we did a few weeks ago. So I won't read each one of these, but this is basically, for the public's sake, for the schedule. According to the charter, we're required to deliver our recommendations by December 1st. So it's really tight. It's very tight. Our schedule's very tight, which is an issue, but I'm not really sure how we can change it, given that the departments don't do their thing until September. So how the process works, and we talked, and I won't read this whole slide to you because I've already kind of explained how the town administrator makes his recommendations, but we also use a liaison approach. Each one of our members is assigned a department, sometimes multiple departments. So they reach out to the departments, and they set up meetings with the departments to review the requests, either the equipment, tour the sites, and just listen to the departments and get more information and then bring it back to the committee. This approach we've been using for several years, and it does work really well. We also ask each department, though, to appear before us by Zoom and go over each one of their proposals. And at the same time, we have access to the portal, so we have access to all the information that we need to make our decisions. So these meetings have worked out really well the last few years. Having the committee members be liaisons also helps the new members meet the department heads, you know. God bless you. So our process basically has a rating criteria that we give basically two scores, one for significance and one for readiness. It's a weighted score where significance gets 70% and readiness gets 30%. In our final report, which is also available on the website, you can read more information on our rating criteria. But basically, for significance, we have 4 groups, which is essential, desirable, acceptable, and deferrable. This next slide tells you exactly what we look at if we were going to rate something a 4. It would be something that has a dangerous condition or a critically needed program, possibility of losing funding, or it might be mandated. And then if it's a 3, it would be none of the above, but might benefit the community. There could be timing issues mandated within the next 5 years, et cetera. So each item is looked at by each member. They go in and they put in their scores, and it comes up with an overall score for each item. Just so this year, we have not recommended any item that did not score 3.0 or above. So these next few slides basically talk about funding sources. As I said, we do a 10-year, 5-year plan and a 10-year plan. So these next 2 slides give funding sources over the first 5 years, and then the next one is over the next 5 years. And one thing I want to note on this is if you look at the totals, sometimes, I'll go back one, The totals sometimes go down. In the current year, we might have a greater amount than we do in out years, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through our recommendations. So we'd like to see departments pursue more state and federal grants. When we do, we have a concern with free cash that we're going to talk about when we get to another slide. This next slide basically is a graph of the 10-year plan. You can see this a spike in 2029, which is wastewater. Currently, we have some application of debt for larger projects in our recommendations, but we'd like to see more application of debt to smooth out the plan over the 10 years instead of seeing the big spikes in some of the years. This is just a graphic look at funding sources over the next 10 years, with free cash being over 11% of all our funding sources. As I said, we're looking to put, and departments do a really good job looking for state and federal grants, but the more they can, if they can pursue more grants, that would be very helpful. Now we'll get into our recommendations for this current year. This is a list of our recommendations and the scores that they received. It's done in, this list is from free cash. So free cash total for 2026 is $3.5 million. And as I said, we did not recommend anything that did not score 3.0 or higher. 2025 is, that column is strictly the fall town meeting. This particular slide is from other funding sources. I'm not going to read each one of them. As I said, this is all available for the public on our website. But we do have some raise and appropriate as far as the tax levy is for roadways, which we're happy that's back under the tax levy. So this is our grand total. We're recommending $16,674,497 for the annual town meeting. This slide shows our recommendation by category, which if we want to note that rolling stock only is 10% of all our funding sources. Buildings also is very low, and we will be making some recommendations on those too. Infrastructure, because of wastewater, is 58%. Moving forward, we've noted this last year that we would like to look at the charter. The sequence of our whole goes from September to, and we have to have everything done by December. There's really no big discussion on long-range planning. We'd like to see more of a focus on that. We've also noted the last couple of years about market fluctuation with the supply chain, and often when someone asks for a vehicle, they don't get that vehicle for a year and a half, sometimes even longer if it's for the fire department. Free cash, we've always said that it should not be used for annual repeat items, but we also feel that at this point, free cash is being used too much. We'd like to have a discussion with you or with administration to possibly cap how much free cash we're going to actually use for capital, because it may not be there And right, $3.5 million. Last year it was just as high. We have come up with a guidance document, which we will be bringing forward to the board to adopt. The main, it basically outlines everything that we do, what timeframes we do. It's very helpful for a new department head or a new member to understand the process. But one of the main issues that we will be talking to you about when we come in is we're recommending a base amount increase from $10,000 to $25,000. It's been $10,000 for many, many years. You don't get very much for $10,000 anymore. So that's one of our recommendations, is to increase that threshold. So moving forward, we would like to recommend a development of a rolling stock plan. This will be similar to the capital portal, where we'll be able to track and schedule rolling stock, create standards for vehicles. This is something that Bill is looking into, so it would be an online process also. We're also looking to create a 10-year capital maintenance plan, utilizing the facilities assessment that was recently done. And then by doing this, we'd be able to plan building projects and they wouldn't, rather than emergency work. We'd like to seek alternate funding sources for the CIP projects over multiple years. So next step, we're going to, as I said, this is a preliminary plan. We're going to finalize our numbers as the town meeting warrant gets finalized. Excuse me, and we have and come in March when we do our final presentation. So with that, we'd like to thank the town, as I said, the town staff and everyone who were here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that presentation. Mark, do you have any questions?
Sure. First of all, thank you. You know, each year we do this, these presentations get better and better and better. I mean, it's just,
Bill.
well, thanks to everybody. I mean, it's a collaboration, and a lot of time and energy gets put into this. So thank you for all your hard work. I would like to talk about some of the things that you've highlighted for further deliberation and further consideration. You mentioned free cash. I think it's worth having a conversation about, particularly with some of the statements at recent town meetings. It might be helpful not just for us to revisit it, but also to help explain to the public and others the purpose of free cash and what are the best practices. We might want to review our own financial policies, because free cash is an item in our financial policy. So we should look at it in the context of, a review and update of this in terms of our financial policy, but also kind of assess what's the best practice. Yarmouth has been working hard to try to get to a AAA bond rating, and I think I would look at it as an opportunity. Is there a way to improve our free cash policy that makes us more likely to get a better bond rating? I know there are other factors that tend to fall into play, but it's certainly worth a conversation. It's also worth a conversation and a discussion about best practices. If we have too much, then the question is going to be, what are the options to bring it down? Or is there a way to put some of the perceived excess into a portion of the budget in an area of reserves or stabilization that strengthens our overall financial position? Okay? So I think those are the kinds of things that warrant some real discussion and deliberation. So, I would put that on, Madam Chair, as a future agenda item. But these other points that you've raised, I think I would agree with them as well. They need to be looked at and adjusted. So I have no qualms with that. By the way, the recommendations by category, that pie chart that was up on the screen, I think is incredibly helpful for people to understand. It's a very important image and graphic that helps explain where the money's going.
Right.
And infrastructure, obviously, of the 58%, Bill, go ahead.
Just as an anomaly in there, the library is in there under buildings as a lump sum and not as debt. So there's a lot less money in buildings than show up on that chart. It's not 20%.
Okay,
So
that's helpful. Yeah, I'm sure the library folks would be interested in making sure that that's an accurate portrayal, given their interest in their buildings. I also want to applaud you for pitching the idea of a capital maintenance plan across municipal buildings. That's a huge issue, very, very important, and I endorse that thoroughly. And I don't know if any of these recommendations that you've highlighted need a vote from the board or whatever, but I'm totally on board with all of the items that you flagged for us to change and revise. I don't want to get into the details on any specific recommendations, but I think just overall, I think you've done a great job. Your committee serves the town very, very well, and I very much appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you, Mark. Tracy?
Thank you. Mark said a lot of what I thought. So the free cash concerns me. Mostly, I think we do need to look at our budgeting. I think it's hard and difficult to go back to the taxpayers for overrides when we have this kind of money at the end of the year. So that's something that's hard because we watch it with the school department. The last couple of years, the money that they went for an override, they had in their E&D fund at the end of the year. So it's hard to project and to plan, and we don't want to be caught short, but at the same time, that's a lot of money. I've kind of chuckled to myself thinking about the iterations of different ways we've done this since you've been doing this, Sandy, and the rating systems.
To the committee, but
well, you've been here, I think, a little bit longer. So there's been some improvement in terms of technology helping you guys, but it's still a huge undertaking. And as to not get into the specifics, because I would like to go through personally every one of these items, because I do have questions. We won't do that tonight. I know we have a very long night, and this, again, is another item that could take a whole meeting in itself.
Well, you will be reviewing them by article on the town meeting warrant, so we can be here to answer any questions on each item that night.
So we had done in the past, similar to what you're talking about, for planning purposes for building maintenance, we did that with vehicles, and I'm just wondering how that is going, and if you saw any benefits from that at all when you were utilizing it. I don't see it on here now.
I'm not sure I understand your question. I know you appropriated extra money for vehicle maintenance in a special article, which it didn't really come before our committee because it was maintenance.
Right, but now you're talking about it for building maintenance. So I'm wondering what happened to the plan a few years ago, I guess, about, we were looking at big dollar items for, we kicked the can down the road, essentially. We weren't doing the maintenance that we needed to do, and, we all kind of sat and looked at the requirements for replacements, and we thought, maybe if we set aside some maintenance dollars, then that would help, because the departments, like when you talk about raising it from 10 to 25,000, you're right, everything's more expensive, but they still don't have the money in their budget, unfortunately, to get the $10,000 item. So they have so limited options in terms of what's available to them. And having maintenance for their vehicles, if they have to do it out in their own budget, it's not going to happen, which is, I think, a disservice to the taxpayers, because if we put that maintenance off, then we end up having to get new vehicles faster. So I'm happy to see that we're thinking about that for buildings, but we need to do it for buildings and equipment.
Right, but I think for buildings,
Consistently.
we're looking so we don't run into a situation where the roof is falling in where we hadn't seen anything come before capital in the last, say, 5 years. So if they can come up with a plan to keep their buildings maintained.
I agree, totally. But what I'm saying is we get this influx, we have this idea this one year and we do it, and then we don't stay consistent with it. So I would love to see a plan for both vehicle maintenance and for building maintenance as, that increases and stays with us every year.
We have not yet seen the facilities assessment study that was done.
Yeah, to Sandy's point, Public Works Department has been proactively going building by building and doing an assessment of all the assets in the building and the condition of the roof and everything else. That then formulates sort of the sense of urgency plan to say, we should target this to be repaired, so it becomes your capital plan for maintenance. The issue was having that base of knowledge across all the assets, and now they're pulling that together to then come back with sort of that list each and every year. And in terms of rolling stock, Sandy had mentioned earlier, we're going to probably having a rolling stock portal that you just take all the vehicles that are on the insurance list, and then you start programming them out as a vehicle to be replaced, maintained, things like that. So there's software out there that can help us keep track of that.
Yep, yeah, definitely. And like I said, we've been talking about this for many years, and it's the same thing with buildings, right? You have X amount of square foot of buildings. We know that there's going to be, regardless of a study, we know X amount of dollars based on historical data of what we spend or should be spending, or requests that get put in that get put off. There's got to be an average, something that we set aside every year, so that way it's consistent and we don't kick the can down the road, because when we do that, it ends up being a building that needs to be replaced. So those are my only, and I'm looking forward to having conversations about your recommendations, but I appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Liz?
I'm delighted to hear what Bill's talking about, because it sounds like that is the groundwork for a building plan. And I wonder, now that we've been given the hazard mitigation plan that was developed in 2017 that we're now to work on again, do they interact at all? I'm wondering. It doesn't need to be answered, but it would seem that they would. We're trying to, in the hazard mitigation study, determine where we might have some buildings that could be susceptible to flooding and so on with climate change issues. So that would seem to affect capital planning. And the same thing with rolling stock. In a different sense, I know that we're going more and more with hybrids, and even in the heavy trucks, there's more electric vehicle adoption. And the big bonus to that, besides the relief on gas costs, is maintenance. But I don't know, and I think it's going to be a different lifespan for those types of electric vehicles too. So, but that would those they're not the future anymore. They're here. So I'm curious as to how that. Hopefully, it's going to show better on the capital improvement plan bottom line. So yes.
Yeah, I think we've done a lot of catch-up on replacing vehicles in all the departments with the free cash over the last couple of years. So I think we're going to see probably a little less moving forward.
A little less replacement.
Replacement moving forward.
Sounds
because
marvelous.
we've done a lot of catch-up.
Good. So it's exciting, and I'm excited about what Bill's talking about with the look at all the buildings to be a baseline. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Joyce?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank the Capital Budget Committee for being such thoroughgoing stewards of public money. I mean, I'm impressed with the scoring system and the way things are carefully looked at. Things that have come up other years might, move higher, or they might stay, dormant. But I'd like to follow up on a point that Mark made, which is the whole question of moving upwards to the AAA bond rating. would someone in the room, because I could picture that you're all there, perhaps like Jennifer Mullen or Bob Rittenauer, be willing to give us all, and especially the public at home, sort of a 3-minute version of what a AAA bond rating would usually have as requirements?
Maybe when we get into the overall budget, I think I'd like to get over the capital piece, and then maybe, I think this is a perfect setup for some of the issues that get right into that point once we jump into the budget discussion. So if you can hold that thought, maybe we can cover that a little for you.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. Free cash is the item that is very important to me as well, and it is something that we will be bringing up as an agenda item to the future. And it's something that's beginning to have a lot of conversation within the town about as well, so. But thank you all for your hard work. We really appreciate it, and you've really come a long way in this whole process.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Just one plug, the Capital Budget Committee has a great website and their plan to date, and also all the profiles that are all online for each of the projects that are coming to town meeting.
Awesome.
While Bob's getting set up for the budget overview, I had a conversation with our chair of the Finance Committee about the fact that it's kind of important for us to get working on all of this as sooner rather than later. And he very kindly agreed that we really should be doing just that. And so that you see in the agenda tonight that we have a joint Finance Committee select board meeting regarding the budget. Richard, is there anything that you'd like to say?
Good evening. I'm Richard Simon, Chair of the Finance Committee. As you've correctly noted, we are just about to kick off our annual budget cycle review starting tomorrow. And this is a deep dive of every single department's budget. And again, we are very thankful, and you see the product of Jennifer Mullen's work. Incredible product. Gives us a head start. So we're going to listen tonight. We have many members of our committee here tonight. Nate Ladley's here, John Anderson, Bob Arding, myself. I don't know if we got some other people online, because we are going to be able to short circuit typically the kickoff session that we would typically have tomorrow and go directly into budget reviews. So we thank Jennifer and Bob for all their hard work, and we're looking forward to getting into the meat.
Thank you very much.
Chair, could I ask Richard a quick question?
Certainly.
Following up on that, we had one of our public comments ask us about looking at when employees are scheduled and so on, and being strategic about hiring so that we're spending less money, spending our money wisely. Is that the kind of thing you'll be looking into?
That is a little bit beyond our scope. So if you think about the role of this committee, you set policy. The town administrator and his very capable team actually decide how to make that work. We are part of the recommendation process. We're going to make sure that every dollar that they have proposed is the right set of dollars. Now, when it comes to a conversation that we're probably going to have with the police chief, that will be part of the conversation. But again, we do not second guess the experts.
Thank you. Understood.
And I also would like to note that the department heads are all here with us tonight. I know that you've been working very diligently with both Bob and Jennifer to get us to this point here. And I welcome you. I thank you for your hard work and your continued hard work in the town. Bob?
Thank you very much. I'd like to jump right in with, first, some general comments. And I'm hopeful that we can discuss in one fashion or another every single one of the items that's come up. It's great to see the interest in the town's finances. The first thing that I want to say is great job to the capital team and to Bill Scott. That's been a major point of emphasis when we sat here, it was 4 years ago. We really had a lot of improvements to make in the capital planning. And if you see with those sources of funds out 10 years with the projects, the amount of planning, and it really goes out to the department heads as well, it is a highly sophisticated capital plan at this point, and the trajectory has just been tremendous, and it really helps us with the planning moving forward. And I'm glad the capital folks are still here, because you're going to see the interplay between the operating and the capital. They're not separate items by any stretch of the imagination, and it's all component parts of the town's finances. With respect to the operating budget this year, the first thing I need to say that I am particularly proud, very much so, of the new budget format that you have in front of you for fiscal year 2026 that's reflected in the new budget books. This budget presentation has been designed to incorporate some additional narrative analysis and a much clearer presentation of all of the budget information, which starts directly with detailed analysis of the revenues that the operations are based on. These are where a lot of the questions come up, and it's critical to start with the revenues and then move into what the spending is going to happen. And you see how the whole system works together, and when you take various disparate elements and pluck them out of it and try to talk, it just removes the context from the whole argument, and it just sends you off in the wrong direction. And this budget format that we've presented this year, it goes hand in hand also with the new document that you've just seen this evening, which replaces the annual independent audit, which was just a listing of all of the financial statements that are very difficult for people to understand and go through. And we've adopted our first annual comprehensive financial report this year, which is a presentation of the town's financial information in a way that, first of all, it's completely retooled to provide more information that is usable information and help give us transparency to the town's finances, all of the financial performance of the town, and the whole idea behind having that transparency, more information about narratives explaining things, more statistics of the town and its operations, more revenue. What we're trying to do is to make the town's finances easier to understand, demystify them, to help communicate this financial information both internally and externally to the residents of the town, to help people participate more, not just the sophisticated folks that might be accountants or stuff, but normal residents to have greater participation in a review of the town's finances. And the first thing I want to say right off the bat, these improvements, our new budget book format, and the ACFR, we call it now, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, are both the direct work of our town's finance director, Jennifer Mullen, who has made a tremendous contribution toward demystifying a lot of the town's financial information. She's got a great deal of experience in presenting this information to people. And with the organization and communication of this information in very meaningful ways, there's been a lot of improvements that we're making now that we're going to continue to make. And I think it sets a good stage to talk about all of the issues that people are bringing up that are out there. And Jennifer has collaborated extremely closely with me throughout the entire budget process. So it's great to have the teamwork here, and I welcome Jennifer to the desk here, and I know she's going to have a few comments to make. Also included in your budget packet, we have a full 10-year trend of all revenues and expenditures. I don't know if you've ever even seen that, but it offers a great look into our budget history, where we're going, and I think it explains a lot of the trends of how things fit together. In going over this budget, I really do want to thank all of our department heads and division heads that are here with us. The work that they do in preparing these budgets, defending these budgets, coming up with the individual programs of services, some very complicated information that they work very hard on. And I do want to thank them for all of their work, being out here tonight and every night with the work that they do. It is a lot, and I'm very thankful for all of that. I also want to recognize, I do believe our town accountant, Maria Ruseva, is with us this evening. The work that she does on the financial details in keeping the town running, implementation of all of these budgets, a very valuable resource for the town, and I want to give her some public acknowledgement. It's unbelievable work that gets done through the finance department. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the hard work of Mary Alice Florio, and this year also Tara Monroe, from assessing for all the logistical support in pulling the disparate pieces of information out and helping us present them in kind of a cogent way and keeping the process moving forward. It's very, very valuable. Now, jumping in to a general overview, I want to say that fiscal year 2026 has shaped up to be a particularly challenging year in municipal finance for the town of Yarmouth, but also towns throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and really across the nation that we're attempting to deal with the upward pressures of inflation that are really hitting us for the first time in this post-pandemic economy that we haven't seen in over 20 years, easily. This type of pressure in terms of inflation that hits the municipal finances. Now, what we're going to see as we go through some of these details, our revenue growth has really remained quite steady in terms of the historical trends. We haven't seen great increases in revenue, but while the revenues remain fairly steady in their growth, largely as a result, we'll see of Proposition 2.5 and its impact on town revenues. Inflation impacts specifically, the biggest problem is the wages and personnel-related costs that we face, that we're confronting right now. Much higher levels, again, than we've seen in previous years. While wages do dominate because they're overall the largest part, 75% or more of the town's budgets, the purchasing power in the expense budgets has also been diminished because of these rising costs. Now, these are the challenges that we're facing today, having revenues not growing commensurate with the growth in the costs, with the inflation. It creates a lot of tension in the budget. And consequently, this overall budget for fiscal year 26 that we're going to look at, it reflects that struggle that we have to use the new revenues to keep up with rising costs on our existing programs. And for this particular year, it has really been an obstacle to adopting new programs, to being able to address the staffing shortages in the fire department, where in terms of when people are on and when the calls are, that detailed information has been gone through with a fine-tooth comb and can be presented, has been done in the strategic planning of the fire department, has been presented widely, and we've discussed it here. And the fire department is also capable of getting into the detail of those frontline discussions on having the specific person this minute for this call, and what happens when there's 3 calls at once, and making that all work together. And we've looked at those items as well. But what we're going to see, obviously, we don't have additional funds inside of that Prop 2.5 environment to address those concerns, although we were able in the past year right? The overall strategic plan called for 8 new firefighters, and 4 of them we were able to include under the Prop 2.5 levy, but we stated last year and delivered this year that the second round to get us where we need for the minimum staffing is going to require some additional revenues. And that is part of that struggle, and what we're going to see using these new revenues to keep up with, the pressures from inflation and growth to keep the existing services going. There is not a lot of room for implementing new programs. There's not a lot of growth in terms of doing new things, and so the budget, it's a level service budget. It's a very tight budget. It has some critical things. It's really governed towards implementing the goals of the select board. And I think the best thing we can do at this point is I'd like to first jump into a couple of the trends and see how that relates to where the revenues go, because again, it is the key piece before we even get into the operations. And then I want to hear a little bit from Jennifer's viewpoint on some of these exact things that we're talking about, because her perspective, I think, is one that is really backed up by a lot of experience. Let's jump in. I just want to show people, start from the very basic of where the money comes from that goes into the operating budget. And clearly, you see the property tax at 69% of the total. That's a critical piece. And it is, by far the largest piece of our revenue, and one we're trying to be protective of. And when we see we've been successful in utilizing surplus funds and free cash, which we've programmed to be able to have to avoid the necessity to increase property taxes to fund some of the recurring capital items. And I think that's a critical piece. It's excellent to say that, well, it'd be nice if we had a dedicated revenue stream, but we've resisted, and I think the key part of policy moving forward is to what extent additional property tax revenue will be restricted for meeting capital needs. I do not favor, at this point, doing that. What we're trying to do is be conservative in our fiscal outlook, which starts with the property tax, and try not to have it overburdened, because with our revenue situation, it's already overburdened. And a big part of the problem is out here on Cape Cod. I'm embarrassed to say, when we look at this chart of the revenues, with all of the money that is collected by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in income taxes, less than 1% comes in revenue sharing to our municipality to fund town services. Now that, is an unfair situation, and it's based on the misapprehension that we're an affluent community based solely on the value of the property, not the income in our community. And it's a major policy problem that we have in the Commonwealth, and what it serves to do is it places too much pressure on that property tax, that if we had 25 or 30% in state revenue sharing, that would enable us to lower the property tax, but that's not how finances are structured in Massachusetts. The other key piece, we see the non-property tax local revenues. A lot of people look to that as, well, why can't we take everything out of that? It's 23% only of the total mix. So we're going to talk a lot about those non-property tax local revenues. That's where areas such as the investment income come to play. And we're going to talk about what role that sector of our revenues have in protecting the overall piece. We're very fortunate that we've adopted the enterprise funds in those departments that are capable of raising their own funds. That's 7% of the overall budget. And, with a budget of $116 million, that's quite a substantial sum, and we manage those very closely. The managers of the enterprise funds have done a great job, and what we focused on for the past 4 years is the sustainability of this overall piece and how everything fits in together. And I'll give you some examples of how that works. And I think that this is very helpful, at least it shows a few things, is that I mentioned that we've got the 10-year analysis of where revenues have been, where they're going. And again, you get to the state aid piece at less than 1% of the budget. It really doesn't matter where these numbers go, but we can see that over the past 10 years, we've had a tremendous amount of instability in state aid. It really, I think, is a disservice to the Commonwealth that, we had a spike, and then you could see that it looks like the Big Dipper, where the pandemic hit, the state aid just went completely to nothing. And what's interesting for our forecasting, in the 22 to 23, that's the last 1, 2, 3, 4 years, it's a very flat line, right? So these particular trends in the state aid, I think at this point now for FY26, it's the same trend that we've seen for the last 4 years. It's stable, it's predictable. I think it's pretty accurate of where we'll see the state aid coming in, but it's still much lower than we need to see that at. Let's take a look at the local estimated receipts. And I think, it's interesting to see these receipts as well, because you have an interesting anomaly in the pandemic years. You have a trend that was established in 2017 that was at a particular trajectory that was slowed down in that 2021 timeframe. And then when we were climbing out of the pandemic, 2022 to 2023, rose up again rapidly, but then continued, right, is leveling off now back to the historical trend of before we had the pandemic in that same trajectory. So this is, I think, a critical point to start talking about the impact of some of these revenues and how they fit into the mix. What we're seeing here is the return to a historical trend of not a tremendous amount of growth in the local estimated receipts. I think people have been maybe lulled into a false sense of security in 2022, 2023, that we had a blip of fast growth in some of the revenues that is slowing down now. And a key point on these local estimated receipts, again, at 23% of the town's revenues, one of the big mistakes that people make in earlier in this century, in this community as well, is budgeting too close to what your estimate that you're actually going to collect is. Once you get to a situation that you have estimated higher than you collect on any of these receipts, that creates havoc in your budget by putting you into a deficit situation that you not only have to cover the deficit, but you have to cut like double so that the next year you don't have another deficit. And in this situation, minimum, you need to have 10% as a cushion over what you expect to collect. And it's very similar when we get to a situation with free cash in the town's budget that earlier in the century, this community, many other similarly situated communities, were operating at a very unsustainable method with reserve levels that were 1, 2, 3% of the town's operating budget. And over the past 4 years, one of the major things that we did to build sustainability and stability into the town's finances is to recognize that an operation the size of ours requires a minimum 10% in reserves, undesignated fund balance, shown up in your annual comprehensive financial report. First of all, to get any type of bond rating, one of the biggest things that we heard is that why we couldn't get a bond rating that was higher is that we had insignificant reserves for the town. And so in addition to being the number one thing that prevents the bond rating from going up, it destabilizes the town's finances. It makes it so that you have one bad year with, say, for instance, the school department, not to pick on the school department, and it sends you reeling into a situation where firefighters, police have to be laid off so that another department's bill can be paid at a time when you don't even have enough firefighters to meet the demand for the calls that are coming in. So it is a misnomer, this idea that you should not have free cash, that free cash is a sign of waste. The amount that we have in undesignated fund balance at all times should never go below 10%. And we've been fortunate that we've been able to build up that 10%. We've also used the capital improvement program as an extremely valuable tool to moderate those amounts, to make up for not having any cars that were running and all, you know, the purple Altimas and things that were broken down out back. We've been able to update the rolling stock. We've been able to implement green communities. We've been able to start to get a better handle on the infrastructure maintenance and at least develop that plan. And we've been able to use portions of the free cash so that we don't have free cash that's over the amount that we have as a target. But we've been able to do these capital improvements without going to the property taxes, which other communities are forced to do. So in the long run, I truly believe that it's true. We are not going to have the luxury of having enough undesignated fund balance to maintain that 10% that we need for reserves to keep the bond rating up and to keep our town sustainable, and put $3 million into capital. And we need to plan for other resources to do that. But we've been very successful over the past, I'd say, 3 to 4 years in getting that accomplished. And it's extremely important that we do that. And I want to mention also the issue of, you know, we look at investment income. And, you know, first of all, the types of questions and engagement, it really, I think, charges me up a little bit. I'm happy to see that. So what we're trying to get town-wide is to people to understand and be able to talk about all of these forces. And I think it's an example of you can't take one single piece out of the mix of these local estimated receipts and say we're going to jack this up, you know, $1 million. Because if you take a look at the 10-year analysis of investment income, what you find for the last, you know, 2 years, we popped right above $1 million, and then we popped above $1.5 million. But before that, it was a couple $100,000. So the minute you take that investment income that you earned last year, right, as your all-time high in the history of your organization, and you program that to pay for salaries, right, in your public safety departments, that is the time where you've signed the death knell for your community, because those funds are not sustainable. What we do is we analyze the overall mix of all of these revenues taken together, and then we try to keep that at 90% or less, just under there, of what the collections are in order to be sustainable, so that we don't risk under-collecting and that we have the ability to at least have a reasonable 10% undesignated fund balance at the end of the year. And in '26, with the inflation pressures, we're pushing 90% on these estimated receipts, including the investment income at the levels that we had last year. So the idea that you're going to take those out of there, right, that investment income out of there, and, you know, what you have done now is you've destabilized your entire local operation based on the the non-property tax receipts, and created a situation where it's going to put pressure where you're going to either have to drastically cut services or put the pressure back on the property tax. That's not conservative financial philosophy. That's not what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is build a sustainable system so that every year we're not buffeted, like a drunk staggering from light pole to light pole. The idea is to keep it sustainable, and I hope that brings in the bond rating, that brings in the issue of the local estimated receipts, that brings in free cash, the town's stabilization. Now, ideas to sequester some of that free cash into stabilization funds that can be not spent in the current year, but set aside so that in future years, right, will be available to meet these capital needs without appropriating from free cash directly. That's the direction we need to go in, not to simply destabilize the town government by eliminating free cash. It's to create the stabilization funds so that we can move forward, but not one bad year and all of a sudden we're in crisis. That's what we're trying to avoid. That's what this whole system is designed to do. And honestly, I think our financial performance has been tremendous, and I consider the amounts that we have in the reserves and the free cash to be, at this point, minimums, not maximums. So I want to make that clear, and that's a debate. That's an issue that we should talk about in the community. People need to understand that, and then that's how you can be informed in the policy. And if you take a look at the property tax levy, again, 10 years worth, I think what this shows is very prudent stewardship. It is extremely slow going, and the level of increase is steady year after year. It goes up with, the value of the dollar is a big piece of that. There have not been a ton of overrides. The revenues that we derive from property taxes are modest overall. The average tax bill in our community is low by state standards, by New England standards. It is something that I think overall, and I know the select board is very prideful of that, we do not take the property tax lightly. The impact on local residents that don't have the income to support it is huge. We have made it in our operating budget only in times of distinct need, like we have now with the public safety staffing, have gone to the property tax levy. I know for educational purposes, it's been a bone of contention. The educational system has not been able to function within the Proposition 2.5 constraints. Now, that's a bigger question, I think, and it deals with, the status of education in our area, in our state. The costs are very high. I don't mean to say education should be under 2.5%, but I'm saying it's a fact that we work closely with the school officials. We talk about all of their issues, and I know with the Finance Committee, they're going to be working closely with school officials. We're not exactly sure where that final budget is going to arrive at, but we'll go over where we've programmed them. But in terms of where we've gone on the property tax levy for the operating budget exclusive of schools, it is, in any department head can tell you, we view that as very much a last resort, and we don't want to see those overrides if possible, and that's why all of those other pieces fit in there to sustainably control this beast, which is 69% of the budget, which we're trying to keep down. So again, I hope that gives you context. This is the type of discussion that we wanted to have. Maybe before we go any further, Jen, I wanted to give you a chance to at least say hi to folks. And
Thank you, Bob. Can everybody hear me okay? There we go. No, thank you. It's been, first and foremost, it's been such a pleasure to work with Bob on, the fiscal stability of the town of Yarmouth and the budget and policies and all that, and in the finance committee, and working closely with Rich. I know, I just drew a blank.
Simon?
Yes, I'm sorry about that. It's late. I'm usually in bed at this time. So anyways, it's been great, and we wouldn't be able to do all this great work without the support of, just such a great finance department. Tara was really, really, very helpful putting this budget together. We have the numbers, but it's the way it looks and trying to get it so everybody can look at it and understand it. And Maria Ruseva, who's just been phenomenal in the accounting office, and, Anne Marie also, who has, we have to thank Anne Marie for that high interest income, because she's done a great job with the investments. So I just wanted to say that. And just a couple things to play off of what Bob was saying is that, I do look at finances I try to look at them very simply, and one of them is just reoccurring revenue for reoccurring expenses, right? So your property tax levy, your estimated receipts, the four major revenue sources, we want to make sure that they're reoccurring to support the services for the town of Yarmouth. And that is a very, very difficult task. In new growth is down. Last year, we had projected around 400,000. This year, it's 300,000. We do carve out a part for the diff. One of the things that Yarmouth has done is they have in the past carved out revenue sources and put them aside with the WIF and the diff. And what that does, it does take away from the general fund. I'm not saying it's not good for what it needs to, the purposes that we need it for, but it does take away from the general fund and funding those reoccurring expenses. I completely agree with what Bob was saying, particularly with investment income. So now, if you remember, in 2008 and 2009, the interest rates really dropped. And if you were really dependent on that reoccurring revenue to fund your budget, you were running back to town meeting to cut your budget. And when you cut your budget, where do you cut? You cut positions. And nobody ever wants to be in that position. Also with free cash, the way I look at free cash is a one-time revenue source, because free cash can go down. You have a declining economy, your free cash is going to go down. So that will fund one-time expenses. And I look at the capital plan mostly as one-time expenses. And so you don't have your capital fighting for your operating budget. You don't want to be on town meeting floor. Do we cut a cruiser or do we cut a police officer, right? So I look at it that way. It's easier to fluctuate with your capital plan. If you needed to play catch-up on your capital plan, a lot of communities get into that because our available revenue is just so slim with Proposition 2.5. So, I do want to say that, and you want to be conservative with your estimated receipts to fund your budget. The excess does fund free cash. I don't believe the town of Yarmouth has a high free cash number. I think they have a good, and it's really derived, like Bob said, from your undesignated fund balances. And I do look forward to having a discussion regarding the policies, maybe tighten them up, put some percentages in there for, the next review of the bond rating. And the bond rating does look at reserves. They look at, strong fiscal management. Standard & Poor's, we've just, we are working with a new financial advisor, and Standard & Poor's just did revamp the criteria for a bond rating, and I will tell you they are becoming very, very strict with any upgrades right now. They've actually taken away a couple of the AAAs from some communities. So I just want to mention that. But we always want to, maintain and do the best we can. We need to be able to be flexible enough in this economy and wherever the economy is going in order to fund our budget. And one thing I do want to mention, and I compare to other communities that I've worked with, is that Yarmouth has a unique opportunity. And in your bylaw, you can transfer money with the vote, with the select board chair signature and a vote of the finance committee, and not taking the money from the reserve fund, but just moving money sometimes from a capital line item that might have been exhausted, or within budgets, from your salaries to expenses. And I've had discussions, through our budget meetings this year, is we want to take advantage of that more, because when we can manage the budget as a whole, we are in a much better position than trying to manage the budget. This one line item, we have to, keep it at this one line item, because things do come up. Perfect example is the the generator for the police station. And, that has, we had to fund that, we had to transfer some money around, we went back to town meeting a couple times, but you need a generator for the police station. You can't do without it. So we want to take advantage of that budget flexibility. I think that will be helpful moving forward. As you look at this budget, you will see that it is tight. We've had to, you'll probably see the most increases are in the wages. People that were stepped out, with contract negotiations, because we want to be able to maintain and we need to stay afloat with market. We've been able to push that back so they will get, steps, and a COLA. We want to be able to maintain, the great help, the employees that we have here. You have a phenomenal bunch of employees. And so you will see that, and within doing that, we had to reach in a little bit. We had a little bit of buffer in property and liability and health insurance. We did, if you remember last year, we upped the health insurance from 50 to 60% to retain. I think Yarmouth was one of the last communities that paid 50% health insurance. So when you're looking at hiring and trying to, be competitive with other communities, and another community is paying 70, 80% in health insurance, and Yarmouth is paying 50. And I ran into that when I came here. That was something that you look at. So you want to be competitive. And so we've been able to do that. We've been able to, I believe, address those issues. And they're not easy issues to address. Again, operating budget is so much more difficult to put together because of the constraints of Proposition 2.5. And I just want to remind is that, we are, still in the very beginning stages of the SOAR project. And, we had a financial plan that we need to stay with when we put the SOAR projects. Is $207 million bond issue, and that's expensive. And so part of that is the pre-funding. So we've been using the free cash to pre-fund that, change the investment policy so we can invest it more for the long term, gain more money on that when we go to start paying off our debt service. But we do have reoccurring SOAR costs that we have to address as well. So, we want to look to the future, but when I look at the budget and I look at funding, we want to be able to fund what we have here, and we want to be able to continue to do that. And that is something that, we voted at town meeting. We're well on our way with the SOAR project. Now, we're managing paying for that. The betterments aren't going to start coming in until that wastewater treatment plant is operating. So there's a lot of challenges, but there aren't challenges that we can't, to deal with. And I think that was really all I wanted to say, but thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thanks for all of your work and for calming me down as well.
I was going to tell you how much I appreciated your passion.
A couple of highlights on the budget. First of all, your total recommended budget, inclusive of everyone, is $116,237,169. That's in with all of the enterprise funds. Now that is up 3.01% from the previous year, which is probably the slowest growth that we've seen in some of the recent years. And the capital spending, we've been able to primarily use a lot of the free cash for the annual spending, but I do want to point out that we have the roadway maintenance in excess of $1 million. It's like $1.1 million comes under the levy budget. So we've reserved that under the property taxes for the road maintenance, but we've got a lot of the rolling stock and other things is from free cash this year. The recommended educational operating budget for the Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District, we have in this recommendation as a 3.1% increase. Now, what that does is it provides the proportional share of what new revenues that we have to the school department, and also implements what we agreed to last year as the 2-year step down of the surplus funding from the school district's so-called excess and deficiency account, which is their sort of reserve or equivalent to a free cash. We agreed they used $500,000 of that we agreed that we would supplement with town funds, $250,000 this year. So that puts the school budget at 3.1%. Now, I would say, thanks to Dr. Smith and his team, they organized, we sat down back in November for a preliminary discussion of the budget prior to even starting the budget process, which is the first time I think we've done that. So that at least is an important step forward. Unfortunately, at that preliminary time, before all of the analysis was completed, they indicated that they were approximately $794,000 off from that 3.1 estimate. We're very hopeful that that budget, that shortfall is able to be addressed at least to a large degree, but there's additional discussions that are going to be required on that. And in terms of most of our budgets provide level services with adjustments addressing primarily labor increases within Prop 2.5, and there is a proposed override to increase the fire department staffing. And a couple things that are highlights of this budget as we go through the detail. There is a very strong focus on the implementation of the goals of the Select Board, especially some of the issues involved with staff retention and other things. It's a very important guiding tool for us. The existing labor contracts are fully funded, and Jennifer mentioned that we have an implementation this year, especially for a lot of the office and administrative staff, of the cost of living increase plus new steps that we've initiated through collective bargaining because we had the problem of wages being stagnant in a high inflation environment with a lot of employees up at the top end of their classification system. So as an interim step, we've implemented additional steps while we continue to complete the wage and classification plan to determine where all of those steps should lie. But there are increases, beyond just the regular 2.5% to address wages. And we've also expanded this year the health insurance contribution to 60-40% for the HMO programs to all of the other units. Last year, we implemented it for selected units, and this year, it's taking effect for basically all of the units. And we mentioned before the capital improvement roadway maintenance is inside the property tax levy. The proposed Proposition 2.5 override in the fire department is for the amount of $617,726, and that funds the addition of 4 firefighter paramedic / EMTs and their benefits, and also a second deputy chief position, which will serve to increase the minimum staffing closer to the recommended levels, and also improve the departmental management to help move forward some of the culture changes, management improvements that we've been seeking to make for several years. And I thank the fire department and Chief Arasque for all of their work on putting that together and trying to keep it at a reasonable rate. In the Department of Public Works, there's an initiative linked to the Selectmen's goals for recreation expansion that expands park maintenance, and we've added, through the leadership of the DPW, $43,500 for a maintenance plan for the new Parkers River Boardwalk Park, which is going to be coming online this year, and it will be maintained. It will not be developed and let to disintegrate. It's going to be a real showpiece for the town, and it's going to be taken care of. Again, I talked a little bit about where we sat for the Dennis Yarmouth Regional Educational Spending, has the 3.01, which is not just the 2.5, it includes an additional $250,000 to hopefully continue. I think we've had a lot of strong cooperation with the school department to try to do everything we can. It's been very difficult for our community to address it within the revenues that we have, and we're going to continue to work very closely to try to bring that together. Luckily, One positive note is that some of the overhead items are taking a slightly less share of the overall growth in our budget. And some of this is as a result of a little extra funding that we anticipated we would need for health insurance that we didn't completely need. So the health insurance growth this year, we've estimated at only 1.78%. Because we had a little in that account that we could use towards FY26 expenses. The town insurance, similarly, we think we can level fund that and keep our same coverages in place. The retirement is up 4.25%. We've seen that as high as 6 to 7%. So that is welcome news. And the Medicare is up their normal 2.63%. That's really no change. For folks concerned with the property tax too, we're happy to report that the total exempt debt service is down about 1%. So that doesn't give any extra money to spend on anything else, but again, the exempt debt goes right against the property tax rate, so that you'll see a 1% decrease in the amount going towards the property tax from exempt debt. And with that, I think that if you have time, we could take a quick run through your budget books and take a look. And the tabs are really great, and the narratives are great. I won't spend time on all of them, but I want to call to your attention the revenue chapter is a new feature. And I think that that's extraordinarily helpful. And then we go right into the tab for general government, which starts off laying out the goals of the select board. And we're hoping that people can get oriented toward those. I know we'll discuss those a little bit. And when we get into the general government, the select board town administrator starts off. I'll just run through the items, and I think if anyone has any questions on any item, we should stop right there and just see what the question is. Some of these departments, we're going to set separate hearings to go through some of the details, like I know fire is going to be, but some of them we won't need to. The select board and moderator salaries, those are all level funded. We've maintained the level funding in the operations, which does include the $50,000 that supports the special event, which is the parade for St. Patrick's Day, and that takes, we discussed last meeting, I think on the 17th of December, it takes the pressure off the tourism fund to fund other public events. And we weren't able to grow that this year, but we maintain that in your budget. And then you see the regular salaries in at $876,000. It's up about 4%, which reflects some of the COLA and steps we talked about. And then from there, the operations budget total up less than 3%. So we're trying to level fund most of those things. You've got all that's.
Move on, excuse me. On what is is employment increment?
Now, employment increment, that is an interesting budget, and you see there's quite a jump in there. It's a jump of $25,000 only. It looks like a big percentage.
Oh.
And what that is for some of the department heads that a lot of people, they've been up against the top of their grade and they haven't had steps, so we've maintained it low. This is step increases for department heads, and they're required to have written performance evaluations, and then there's a scale for what their increase is.
This is what you talked about.
Exactly, and that's where one of the areas where you see that is under those increments. And we're very happy with working with like I say, some of these folks. When you hit the top of your grade, all you get is like the 2.5%, and it's been tough for folks when inflation is up much higher than that, but that's part of the process.
can I ask a question? Because after reviewing this, seeing the percentages, I just want to make sure I understand. And I appreciate that we did that because we are having a problem keeping people, and we're not keeping up at the rate with, especially with housing and everything else that our employees are dealing with. But we undertook a study. Is this the completion of the work of the study, or is there still yet to come? Are we still doing a salary analysis, or is this the fix of the problem?
No, this is not the final solution. This is an interim step, and the evaluation of the wage and classification plan is ongoing. Now, it's important to note that our original schedule was to have data right around this time from the consultant in terms of their evaluation, and that data is dribbling in. It's a process that is going to take longer, I think, than we initially anticipated due to the collective bargaining process that we're going to have to go through for each and every potential increase. And I think suffice to say that it will only probably be during fiscal year 26 partially completed, but the steps that we took are, to be considered partial implementation of this. Like, for instance, if we've added steps, what we've done is expanded the range that these positions are in. So when we get the new data, we're not behind the eight ball. The adjustments that we have to make will be far less. And it, in all likelihood, won't be a situation where the results of the wage and classification plan means that you need a 20% increase in all your salaries. There may be some positions that are not compensated in keeping with what the classification should be for that position, but largely, I think that the wage and classification plan addresses some of the same problems that we're having now, where everyone is slammed up against the top of it. So I think that we've bought ourselves additional, time by increasing those levels, and we may, as a result of the wage and classification plan, take those top levels and move them out even more. But it doesn't work that every position, wherever you're at, you just jump up. I think in most cases will provide additional growth so that, folks aren't stagnant in their wages. And there will be some positions, if you are below what the average is for your position, you'll have to see an adjustment. But this keeps us working, and but like I say, we've started the process, working with the different units on it. It's been a little rocky. There's a lot of questions. People have a lot of questions on, the job descriptions and how that works. And so we've committed to working with the labor groups, collectively bargaining every aspect of it, whether if anyone has any changes on job descriptions, if there's changes in the wages. We want it to be accurate, and folks have expressed a strong desire to make sure it's accurate, so we've committed to that. So this is not implementing the program. This program will be working throughout the next several months in trying to get the numbers accurate, get job descriptions that are accurate, make sure every point is addressed, and then we'll be back in front of the select board. And the way I see it, we'll be able to make adjustments. I don't view it as something that's going to be this, giant price tag of $1 million that, that we have to address.
So it's interesting looking at it because, finance department went up 11%, while the wages in highway went up 1.92%. So that's telling me you're taking into consideration with that 1.92% contractual obligations in addition to realigning steps, and came up to 1.92%. And there's just a huge difference in some of the percentages. So either we had already done that in some of the departments, or they were where market rate is, and there's no contractual obligations. I'm just having a hard time following it holistically, and I understand there are per cases. The steps that you did, was that something, who did that? Was that the personnel department?
No, that was in your collective bargaining agreement. For example, we had, just this past year, we settled SEIU A and SEIU B. And we had, that issue with both of them. And we talked with them, openly about the wage and classification plan. We're working on that, and, we needed time to get that data together. But, in the meantime, everyone had those problems. So we took interim steps while we did the full study of the wage and classification plan to implement new steps. Now, in the case of the finance department, like versus the DPW, you got to get into the detail of each individual position. Finance is a small department with a handful of staff members, and I think you get one reclassification there, and that the percentage is skewed.
4 FTEs. So that brings me to the next question. Where are we at? You said originally this was a level service budget, but then the money for the Parkers River, the 43,000 for Parkers River, is that in wages?
No,
It's not wage.
that is not new people to do that. It is under the contracted services.
And how's that being funded?
That is being funded. It's one of the few, that's why I called it out, one of the few initiatives. And, here we have a new park coming on. We needed a maintenance plan for that new park. We evaluated that. The DPW's been evaluating that. We've been talking about it for 6 months now.
Is that a reoccurring stream, or is that from free cash?
That is not from free cash. It's recurring. It's underneath our budget. But I guess my point was, the struggles with our budget didn't mean we can't do anything. It meant that we're very limited in the things that we could do. So that's why there was not a handful of new things. But taking care of that park was one of the items we had been asked repeatedly. We had meetings throughout the year. Where's the management plan for that new park? And we've had the discussions here. And here's this is the management plan for that new park.
Right. I guess just overall, my hope was that we were going to go to the taxpayers once. It sounds to me like the potential, if once we get this classification, we still have the potential that we're going to need an override next year to make up the difference. I know we're trying to incrementally do it so it's less, but, going to them for the firefighters this year and then to make us whole in terms of, I guess I thought it was going to be ready this year, and that's what these numbers reflected. But, I think it's problematic going for an override every year.
Right.
And I was hopeful that we would be ready and implementing it all at the same time, so we could go to the taxpayers one time and say, here's what we need. We need the firefighters, there's no doubt about it, but we need other things too. So I guess we're just not ready yet, and that's unfortunate. But I think appearance-wise, I have a hard time supporting overrides anyway, because there's a lot of people struggling, and I understand the need for it, but doing it every year is just, we do it with the school, and you see the frustration with people. So I don't want to bring that frustration onto people ourselves, and I think we're setting ourselves up to do that.
Well, I hope not, because I just want you to know that what we're trying to do is avoid that. That's the idea, is that we can't march forward with the wage and classification plan unilaterally, as much as we might want to. It's a collective bargaining environment. We've collectively bargained these agreements that we're under now, and we need to collectively bargain any increases that we have, even if they're well-meaning, and they are increases, not decreases. And the units are highly engaged, and we've committed to them that we're going to work with them. And I think if you view it from the standpoint of, there's increases in this budget for a lot of the wage line items. And if you're implementing this plan over, this year, next year, the idea is that we hope to be able to do that without an additional Prop 2.5 override. And it's not anticipated that we're going to sit here and say that we need one this year and one next year. This is what we're trying to do, is get our staffing together and then take care of, inside of Prop 2.5, take care of the increases that we need to keep it rolling. And things are tight, but that's the game plan, and, if you try to short circuit it, you just can't. We've met with the units enough to know that, they told us that they want to be at the table every step of the way, look at every penny, every piece of data, and so we sort of committed to that. I thought, maybe it might be something when we started this project that we just get the data in, we'll share it with everyone, and we'll come up with a number and put it on town meeting, but it's not going to work like that at all. It's going to be something that, people are very, very interested in, and we're going to look at the data, show it to them, and come up with an implementation plan, but I don't hope that we're not going to see a situation that we're going to have an override for that.
Good, okay. Hopefully we can do it within the budget. Thanks.
And then after the administration operations, you jump into the IT budget, which is, again, very modestly up 3%. Now, the wages are going up, but again, that's a small staff. We've got the full-time equivalents. I hope you notice here, too, for all of these. Thank you, Jen, for including that. That's primarily a reclassification plus the of one person plus steps in COLAs, but you're going to see this throughout. It's not, the wages aren't, it's not just 2.5. People aren't being stagnant, that there are, some movement to keep things moving forward. And then after that, you get into the finance department. Again, you see the full-time salaries.
Before you move on, can I ask, in IT, why we don't have any maintenance or repairs anymore?
We do have maintenance. You want to jump on that one?
Sure. We've been working with the, we've been working closely with the IT department because they have so many different expenses, and some of that money was to be used, they have it in their capital with the replacement of PCs, so we want to. Yeah, we're reallocating.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And so you'll see in the capital, we're continuing with the big thing with the repairs and maintenance is to keep the servers, right, and the PCs and the laptops all working and up to date, and sometimes it's repair and maintenance, and sometimes it's replacement. These days is much more of that.
Gotcha. Mike.
All right. Paul's good.
Your mic.
Your mic.
Oh, my mic again, yeah, okay. I thought I was yelling. No,
Not
I
loud-
actually thought
not
he was going to
loud
say, "What are you, nuts?"
He's the IT guy.
No computer for you.
Okay, and then so we get into the finance department, and again, with a similar situation, that there is some movement on the wages piece, and the operations there, they've been able to keep level funded under assessing. Accounting, similar situation with the 4 FTEs. And next is treasurer collector, and you start to see the same, pattern throughout. And then in the town clerk budget, and one thing that we've been able to do, thankfully, and Mary needs to get up and take a bow. The past few years have been breakneck with between the presidential cycles and the state elections. We've had, it seems, more elections, and it looks like FY26, we're going to get somewhat of a respite. There's no federal elections or anything like that, so they've actually saved money, right? But that takes some of the pressure off the elections budget for the coming year, and so that's almost like a 5% decrease.
There you go.
And from there, we jump into the community development department, which is, again, exactly the same as you've seen in the other budgets. They've done a great job on the operations side, despite all the inflation, being able to kind of control things there. And then when we get into, the next one is under community services, we start, the next tab over. Under natural resources, again, a situation where there is some movement in the salaries, and the operations are largely level funded, exactly level funded in the DNR case. Senior services, again, total salaries up slightly, and the expense budget up very little. Total budget growth 7% on them. And then into libraries, the full-time salary growth is a little bit less, coming in at just under 1%, and their operations up 2.76. And there's 10 full-time equivalents in the libraries, and we want to definitely point out that this funding maintains their certification as a library, and so it's very important that we maintain town certification, so we meet all of those requirements. Under recreation, we're going up, 5.5%. I do want to say that there's one of the items we left last year, we made a major increase in the lifeguard spending, and we could do that again this year. In fact, we want to do it again. It was just one of those items we couldn't carry in the revenue stream, and I think that there may wind up having to be some kind of a fundamental reassessment of our beach sticker system. I do not feel that we have an unsafe level of lifeguards. It's just not as high, and with all of the side beaches covered and the ponds and everything. So we have, we've made major strides in lifeguards, and we have more to go. So we're hoping that throughout this year we can have that discussion to talk and see. We didn't want to just say that, the fees are going up this much, but we're going to have to find new funds somewhere if we want to keep the number of lifeguards growing.
There won't be lifeguards needed down on Parker's River, down on that beach or anything.
No. Jeff said if anybody falls off the boardwalk, he's going to go get him. You're not allowed to swim. And then when we move into the police department, it's not dissimilar at all. That the primary growth is in the the full-time wages and the overtime, but with a big department like that, it's it's a lot of funds. But there's an existing collective bargaining agreement that does provide. We did our own classification plan update for police services, and this is in, I think, the second year of implementation of that program.
What's the school resource officer situation in this budget?
So we have Mr. Chief here.
Well, we have the funding right now, the money to put Alex Exaros back in the school. For the FY26 budget, if we are back up to full staffing, I should be able to cover that position at the school.
Okay, so what we did at special town meeting covered the 2026.
We covered 2020, we covered the balance of 2025.
2025.
Yes.
So what we're looking at for next year,
Next year, we're looking at you look at the revenue has been decreased by a little over $100,000, which is one of the positions that the school was not funding. And then going into FY26, we are covering Sean Brewer's salary, which we were doing anyway. And then if we are fully staffed, I can probably work it with the other money that I have to put Alex back in the school. But that's going to be dependent on what we get from the school and where I am for staffing, because right now we're still down several officers. We have 3 in the Plymouth Academy. We have 1 scheduled to go into the East Falmouth Academy that starts next week. We have 1 in the onboarding process, already given a conditional offer from the town, the onboarding process for the Plymouth Academy that starts in March. But I have 3 potential retirements coming up between April and July.
Oh, boy.
So
Everyone you bring in.
that's why we've been aggressively working with the town administrator on a new plan for incentivizing lateral transfers, Because as I said in the last presentation, if we put somebody through the academy, round numbers, it's about $90,000. If we hire a lateral and we get them in, it costs us about $35,000. So we have a great plan in place. The patrol union just signed off on an MOU to allow us to bring people in at a higher step rate, a little more vacation time than they normally would coming in the door, and the first step of longevity to hopefully incentivize some seasoned officers from other organizations to come over to Yarmouth, which will, in the long run, save us money.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Give them a plank.
And next we have Fire Department, which incorporates the additional positions. And
The additional positions decrease their, I see their overtimes at the same rate. It's not increased, but doesn't typically the new positions decrease our overtime?
I think that, you know, what I would say, and I would have the chief answer this probably more directly, but I think in the past, it's been used as a way to justify these funding programs that were highly complicated to add a new firefighter, but in the long run, it does not increase the overtime. It leads to the overtime being underfunded by saying, well, we're going to decrease the overtime by adding this new person, and then the overtime goes up. So, but our analysis shows that adding these new positions will not significantly decrease the overtime.
Okay.
Fire department, then we move into the building department.
Can you just let us know what on the fire department EMS repair and maintenance has gone up so much?
Certainly, maybe we'll have chief stand up for that. Poor guys came out all night.
Which one was that? I'm sorry.
It's on the flip page. It's repair and maintenance under EMS operations.
Yeah, that's it's a little misleading, only because obviously it was budgeted at 10,000 in 2025.
Yeah.
We actually made some budget transfers, like Jennifer alluded to earlier, out of old articles to actually fund what we needed this year. So the increase is actually about 17,000 because that's what's going to be made up, and it's for stretcher and LifePack, our LifePack monitor maintenance
So
contracts.
it's just
that we
kind
have.
of not lining up right. Okay.
Yeah, it just looks worse than it is.
Thank you.
Sure.
Glad I could get you up.
Sure.
Thank you, chief. From there, we jump into the building department, which again follows the similar thing that we've increased the steps for that department, and they've done a great job limiting the operations increases. And similarly with the health department, we see some movement in the full-time wages and level funding and other departments moving things around just a little bit.
Was there a reason for the repairs and maintenance on their part? Again, is it just because things were reclassified so that the percentage is out of whack? Is it the same kind of, on the repairs and maintenance?
Yes, it's a similar situation.
Okay, that's
Those
not-
are like needs that were met from other areas
Gotcha,
in the
so
past. Or
forgive me.
So a lot of what we're trying to do, and again, I think between Jennifer and Maria, their value in this process of analyzing the previous spending patterns and making sure that it's sort of a truth in lending. We're trying to get the budgets more accurate.
Right, understood. Thanks.
Having said that, what are we doing with the OPEB line items now? There was a point in time where we were putting them into the departments, and now it shows that we're not.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, the ones in the general fund budget, we fund, last November, we funded OPEB to over $1 million. So Traditionally, you don't see it in the general fund budget. You'll see it in the enterprise funds because they're self-supporting. So they've essentially already been funded, probably more than they should be. So we took them out of the operating budgets. No need to fund it in the fall and then go and fund it again in the operating budget.
So for the enterprise, because they get income, we're charging them, and we're not charging the other departments anymore.
And the departments were never really charged. It was shoved in a couple of them to justify
looking
like
at the-
fees and things like that. But it was in one, not in the other. It was an inconsistent sort of mess. So we kind of cleaned it up and you know, we left, if there's revenue that is a full cost accounting that needs to, you know, be brought in, but the municipal, the health board is not an enterprise department, and their revenue is not designed to support their operations. So, you know, if you're gonna have an accounting system where you take every single employee and you allocate their OPEB and then you charge it off to that department, you know, that's one thing for comparative purposes, but you still have to have a source of funds. But to put it in the Board of Health and not in the library or something like that, it doesn't make for a comparison. It just makes for a calculation that you do when when you're analyzing if they make a percentage of their budget through their rates or something like that.
Plus, it makes it difficult if you're comparing budgets over time or between municipalities, because other municipalities don't do it that way.
Correct.
So if you're trying to sort of look at and analyze your budgets, it makes it much more complicated. Because then what you're doing is to make an accurate comparison, you're taking it out of your own figures. So, do we use it as, do we have a general overhead rate that we charge on grants or other agreements? Have we established anything like that, Jen?
We do, usually, I think the standard percentage, if I remember correctly, is usually around 35, 38%.
Right.
And so depending on how the grant award is written, we can charge administrative costs, and when we can, we do. But some grants aren't written that way.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then we have the veterans budget in at 1.45%. Those numbers are going to change very slightly. We're working on the veterans budget to approve it this Thursday. So it's going to go down slightly from here, but not very materially. And then we get into the Public Works Department, which, you know, the whole Public Works team, all of the division heads, this is a very big department, a very complicated mission. We'll go right through the facilities program. You can see wages up slightly and the operations flat. And, you know, we hope, again, this is another example of working closely with the capital program and the facilities analysis, that in the future, this is the department that we've identified for a need to grow, to fully implement the facilities needs. But during this budget cycle, we really don't have the wherewithal to do that. But we have our eyes very closely on the facilities, and the team that's working there works very hard. I will say that, and they're highly skilled. It's just one of those departments that I see in the future is going to need, you know, more resources to really spread themselves out.
Brings up the question of the hotline ombudsman that might be able to help with the face of the sewering.
Right, and they're in the wastewater department, and Jeff and I guess we had a meeting on that just this weekend. That's moving forward.
So there's money for it.
Yes, there is, and it's not in the facilities budget. It's going to come from the wastewater.
Yeah. Bob, you got to talk louder.
Put this right in front of me. I've never had this
It's the first
problem.
meeting where we've had that complaint
I think it's
in
great.
the audience.
I think it's great. Okay. So from facilities, we move into administration and engineering with the similar pattern that you've seen everywhere, no surprises. And then in the highway department, very modest increases. Across the board, up 1.5% total. And snow and ice, we've level funded that. It is probably less than we'll need, but there is a law associated with the snow and ice budget that says that you're allowed to deficit spend as long as you appropriate the amount that you appropriated in the previous year. So we generally appropriate this amount, and if we need to deficit spend, that we do. Hopefully they won't be too busy, although there's a storm coming next week.
Yeah, quiet there.
Take his mic away.
He doesn't get to speak anymore.
And then we move into waste management, where we've worked very hard in recent years to, this is another one of those truth in lending departments that we had traditionally underfunded all of the demolition and construction accounts. And we hope that this is what we're going to need, but we're going to monitor it very closely. A lot of thanks to Roby Whitehouse on that budget. And then we have the Parks Department, up by modest amounts with you can see the professional technical under Parks represent the maintenance program. And after Parks, we jump into the cemetery.
Jump into the grave.
Yep. We play, and then, you know. And as we discussed, under the educational system, we have the Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District in for 3.1% operating budget, and their debt is the actual debt amount that's up 2% from the previous year. And Cape Cod Tech, we don't have their final budget in, but that has an overall estimate of 1.74 with the debt and operating, and we're going to get that final number in and make whatever adjustments we need to make. And from there, we jump into the enterprise funds, and folks know that every one of these enterprise funds is completely self-funded. There are no funds from outside, property tax or otherwise, that support any of the enterprise funds. So kudos to the managers of those funds. They've all been very successful in terms of providing quality services, but keeping their revenues, in place. And so we have a detail with the enterprise funds of the revenues that are associated with each of those. And so there's looks like estimated 6% growth on the golf side. They've been extraordinarily successful, continue to be in golf. They have the same situation with their salaries and managing the classifications, that they're up a little in salary. It's one of those positions that the competition with the private sector is the most keen. They're facing challenges with that as well. And the overall operations budget is up 7.4%. Then we get into septage, where we show what the host fees are, the hauler fees, up 2.32%, with also the operations costs up 2.3%. Wastewater, we're, a little concerned with that now that, we've got our ombudsman and everybody.
Can I ask about golf just for a second?
Sure.
Our town health insurance increase is up 1.78%, and on their line item, they're going up an estimated 30%.
Yeah, that's really just an estimate. It's probably a little bit high. It depends on who they hired. They might have had a hire that had health insurance where previously they didn't. The way the system has been set up here is that the accounting system, usually you would have all your health insurance in the general fund and you would just transfer it from the enterprise fund. But here, when they sign up or they have, they're getting paid from a certain department, like the golf department, their health insurance will automatically be charged to that department. So it is a little bit hard to estimate. You know, we kind of estimate overall health insurance, probably a little bit high, but that just will go back to the retained earnings.
The math on that column's bad, too.
Okay.
It's not a negative, it's a positive.
Yeah. It's that debit and credit thing. Sometimes it shows a positive as a negative. And so we did septage, and I guess the issue on the wastewater, just be mindful, you know, we have our pre-funding program, and we've got costs now out of wastewater, and we hope to get that thing up and running before we spend all the money. So it'll be great to get that done.
No pressure, Jeff.
But no, this, I mean, it's all programmed in that we're still doing our pre-funding, and these funds come from the funds that we've used for pre-funding for wastewater, that part of that pre-funding were these costs that we estimated going in, so there's no change in our plan. And then the Water Special Revenue Fund is highlighted separately. It's not an enterprise fund, but it operates like an enterprise fund. It's housed in the general fund, but it is kept separate for accounting purposes. But I mention that because it sometimes, you know, when you look at those non-property tax receipts, it doesn't show up in enterprise, it shows up in non-property tax receipts, and we've had a lot of water projects, so we've increased the rates, and that revenue has gone up to meet some of the projects, and it looks like that's all investment income, but it's not. It's water. So you need to, like, it's one of the reasons why you have to keep everything in context, and so they're up 5%. And then the Cable Special Revenue Fund is in for 538, so about a 5% increase, and that covers the communication program plus all of the cable television costs. And after that, there's a nice detail on the municipal debt. It lists every single outstanding long-term debt project, and also the short-term debt projects. So be aware of those. The water mains on Route 28, golf course improvements, water facility improvements, the PFAS treatment, and also some of the wastewater collection. Those are all things that are in short-term borrowing that you're going to see as bonds, and that's the total budget.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
First of all, I would like to commend the administrator and the team, our finance director, and all our department heads for putting together an outstanding budget. And the document itself is very well laid out, very readable, and I appreciate all the time and energy that's been put into this document. And I think it's terrific that we have an annual comprehensive financial report. I think tonight we've seen a tremendous amount of work, a lot of time and energy that's been put into Yarmouth's finances, and I think it just goes to show that this town is incredibly well managed in terms of its finances. I know sometimes it's easy to get defensive about free cash or investment income, but by and large, I've seen huge improvements in this town over the last several years, and I want to commend everybody for pitching in and helping put Yarmouth in a very strong financial position. I can recall the days serving on the board with Tracy when we didn't have any free cash, hardly at all. And we would have these meetings talking about how we're going to do anything on the capital budget. And free cash doesn't show up. It takes a lot of work to build your free cash and to build reserves and to put funds in stabilization. And to do so, having to wrestle with COVID and some of the other challenges is not an easy situation. And in looking at the budget tonight, it's clear that we have a lot of challenges, but we're not unlike other communities as well. We get the short end of the stick when it comes to state aid. We're over-reliant on the property taxes. like a lot of communities on the Cape with a large number of residents on fixed income, the property tax really hurts, even when it goes up a modest amount. And what's often very frustrating is that when, Beacon Hill, the politicians up there look at our finances, they think we're just a wealthy, affluent community, when in fact we have a lot of people here just basically hanging on and struggling to get by day. So in this kind of environment, you talked about looking at everything in context. In the context of all the challenges that we're facing, this is a very well done budget. It's a very well done plan. There are things that we need to zero in on and work on and talk about further, which we've discussed. But I think overall, I think everyone here has done a great job. I really appreciate all the department heads and all the staff being here tonight to hang in here with us. And I don't want to leave out the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee, we know, puts in a lot of time, and we appreciate all of their work. But I just want to make it clear that for me, this selectman is incredibly impressed and very appreciative of all the work that you all have done in putting this together. So thank you.
Yeah, I very much appreciate all the information. And Bob talked about not being in a position to be able to react to the downturn. And unfortunately, I've been here long enough, unfortunately, that we had to do that at one point in time and lay off staff, and it's not a position we want to be in. So all the work that has been done, the policies that have been put in place, and even, it's forever changing. So, I wasn't here for a year or two. Things have changed, things have improved. This is an amazing document. We're definitely better off financially than we were. So for that, I think we owe everybody that. I know it's not easy because, what the public doesn't see, we went through it in a very overview, but there's what was requested and what was recommended aren't the same numbers. So there's still shortfalls for our departments. Almost every expense item where the cost of everything is going up basically was a 0% increase. So, if you want to bring, you send your kids off to school, sadly, and we have to bring them supplies and tissues. If you want to do that for your town staff, it's a sad thing. But honestly, they're doing a lot with very little. And we continue to improve customer service. And it's remarkable. We have a very talented group. And while the numbers go up and people will look at it, we're over 3%, which is less than last year, and we were still able to give those steps, which retention in this town for staff is extremely important. We have lost some very talented individuals to other communities that have more to offer, and they were amazing employees. I said it before, with the cost of housing and groceries and everything else, it's tough to maintain. So I'm glad we were able to do that to the extent that we have been, but I think the public does know that we're not where we need to be yet. And hopefully through this year, our employees will stick with us, and we'll be able to retain new public safety people with our program and incentives, but we need to do that not just with public safety. That needs to be a program that we keep our eye on for every department in town, so we can attract the best of the best, because that's what we deserve. So I appreciate all the hard work that you put into this. Thank you.
Liz?
Oh, I'm so glad you did this so that I could figure out what we're supposed to do. This is amazing. I get it. I'm so glad that I didn't have to go through budget season before you had it all together. Thank you. Thank you all for staying, and I think you are amazing. This is an incredible group of people out here.
Thank you. Joyce?
Thank you. I'd like to second what Tracy was saying, that we have an amazing staff that does loaves and fishes miracles with finite resources. I'd also like to thank Bob Ritenour, because I found the executive summary really helpful before I hit the numbers. I really understood the numbers much better for having that. And I think narrative and context always help us understand the larger picture, chronologically and across categories. So thank you, everybody, from long distance.
Thank you. I also thank all of you. I thank you for putting in the time. I thank you for your dedication to the job, your professionalism. You actually are an amazing town staff, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And we're not going to keep saying thank you and all of that to you because I know you all want to go home. But know that we very much appreciate everything that you've done. And now we're going to start to get into the nitty-gritty. To the Finance Committee, thank you for your commitment coming tonight. We're going to be moving together. I think the more that we can open up that communication door, the better it's going to be, so that by the time it comes directly to the folks living here in town, they'll know exactly what they're getting and all the work and effort that went into it. Thank you all very much.
Is this document online?
We're going to put it online. We wanted to share it with the Select Board and the Finance Committee first, but we'll put it online this week.
You're dismissed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Get up and fly.
No, you're
Ask
great.
you first.
Okay. We have, the next item on the agenda is going to be the HERO Act. Let's just give the moment for the room to clear.
The town assessor leaving?
No, I think Andy's going to stay.
I hope Andy stays.
No, he's not going anywhere. Andy and Tara, I think, are here. Yeah.
Andy. Oh, good. Just want to make sure.
He's not going anywhere. He and Tara.
Good.
Kind of important.
Right.
Okay, Andy and Tara, why don't you come on and join us up front as we talk about our next item on the agenda, the HERO Act. Bob, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Okay, we don't have the entire Massachusetts Veterans HERO Act here with us. It's a comprehensive piece of legislation, but there was one particular part of it that was forwarded to us by Mr. Sullivan. Thank you very much. I know he's on. Listening to us. It was very helpful under the Veterans Real Estate tax exemption for disabled veterans. There's currently $400 exemption of a disability rating under 100%, and those considered 100% disabled receive a $1,000 reduction in their taxes. And by adopting this act, it would double those benefits to $800 for under 100% disability, and $2,000 if you are 100% disabled. And that's the provision that is in front of the town to consider. And I know our experts here know a lot more about it.
Can I just add something? It can go up to 100%. You can choose any percentage that you
So I've been
care to.
looking online. It seems like some municipalities have adopted it, so to speak, but there's some flexibility in terms of what you go up to. I'm just wondering if you had a chance to look at any of what some of the other communities has done and done any type of analysis for us as to what that means dollar-wise.
We're actually,
Go ahead.
we're actually meeting tomorrow. We have a Board of Assessors meeting in the morning, and we are going to be meeting with the Director of Assessing in Harwich. Harwich is also doing something like this. She sent us a packet today, so we're going to kind of go through that in much deeper detail tomorrow.
She happens to be the
Director of Assessing in Howard, but she sits on the Board of Assessors in Yarmouth.
Oh, good.
She is a
Very
Yarmouth
helpful.
resident.
Lucky yes.
Great. So I don't know what the expectation is to.
Basically, what this, in essence, what we want to let you know is that for the veterans exemptions, we estimated that roughly we exempt about $150,000 in real estate taxes right now. We get reimbursed about a third of that from the state. When this is adopted, we can go up to the amount, so it would in effect double the exemption to roughly $300,000, and we'd still be getting reimbursed the same $50,000. So there is a cost involved in it, just to make sure that everyone's aware of that.
So the state doesn't increase its match by any percentage, so it's solely the exemption is on the municipality.
Nice of them, the way they did that.
Correct.
They let us do it, but they also let us absorb all the increase as well. They don't give any additional funding.
And you don't have your meeting until tomorrow, so.
Correct.
You really don't have any information that you could share with us today.
Well, information as far as how the exemption works, absolutely.
Yeah.
As far as what specifically you would be looking for, it would cost you approximately $150,000 if you were to double the exemptions, as stated. And also, the one thing that we can't really quantify just yet is that that's the one thing, is to double the exemption, but it's also to index it to the consumer price index. So it would go up additionally each year.
That's the second clause, the clause 22I. The clause that we were just talking about now was the clause 22J. The I, if adopted, would annually increase based on what the consumer pricing index is for that year, the percentage.
So we could vote to do the exemption and the clause, or not, but we have that option, so you wouldn't have to come back, we wouldn't have to act on it every year, or it would just stay a flat number.
It's going to go up annually on the CPI, on the clause 22J, if you adopt that.
Okay.
Yes.
But do you have to adopt the J, or does one adoption cover the?
You can choose which one you would like to adopt. Right, either or. And just on that note, Tracy, to Bob's point, when Bob was mentioning the $400 exemption, we'll use that figure because it's simpler. For instance, if the CPI, am I yelling at you?
No, you're doing fine.
That wasn't very subtle. So basically on that $400, what we would be able to do is, let's say the CPI were 5%. So the exemption that year goes up to $420 if you don't adopt the I. That's how we're going to use this example. The following year, based on whatever that consumer pricing index, the percentage is, that $420 will then go up again. So that's how the increase.
So it's going with the rate of
CPI.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair, are you done, Tracy?
But not really, but
Oh, go ahead.
I have a lot of questions about it
Well,
because
I spoke to Greg Quilty today, and he's the Director of Department of Veteran Services for Barnstable County.
yeah, he's our representative.
Yeah, so I thought it would make sense to ask him a few questions, so I did, and I could just read what he wrote, and maybe it'll answer some of your questions, but of course, they're going to be the experts.
Well, my question, I understand, I mean, I've read the law and I understand it. My question more is how the dollars and what our options are, how it relates to Yarmouth. So, because from 10%, you could do it for any percentage of disability, or we could do it for just 100%. So we have a lot of options, right?
But I think, to clarify it, I think by adopting 22J, it doubles all the
All the percentages. So from whatever their exemption is now.
currently.
It goes to
And when you come back to us, can you give us I know we had just recently raised our dollar amount, or was that for the elderly?
That was
Disabled, it might have been not
the
for,
41C.
That was in
Yeah,
2017.
17 or 18.
I said just. Okay.
Sorry.
No, I know, time goes fast. I would just like to look at it as a picture so we can make a informed decision with that, the dollars, what it means, and what our options are.
Sure.
And we don't need to decide right now for a town meeting article, do we?
No.
No,
Okay.
no, we don't.
We've got time.
So if I could just add what I gleaned from Greg. And he, you point out, he writes, some of our towns have chosen not to increase the benefit. Others are simply using a COLA to raise the existing benefit each year, and some an actual flat increase. So I guess there's every kind of dealing with this. But if I can also take just a minute to note that Greg writes that while our Veterans Department is very happy with the HERO Act in general, we're saddened that it does not help the veterans and widows that are most suffering the most financially. And he goes on to note that the HERO Act has a variety of new and increased benefits, but it is the real estate exemption that seems to garner the most vocal attention of our local veterans. And it's, what he's pointing out is that the people who are struggling the most will not benefit from this. But just as an accolade, the town of Yarmouth has issued checks totaling over $57,000 to our struggling Chapter 115 veterans in the first 6 months or so of this fiscal year. And then he goes on to thank Yarmouth for the town finance and treasurer's department working to get the checks out to these struggling Yarmouth veterans every month on time, as they would not be able to survive without their help. And your assessor's department is the best we have worked with in terms of being the most proactive in finding veterans and widows that can avail themselves of the current veterans real estate exemptions. Kudos.
He's an amazing man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So should we put you on the agenda then for February 25th? You'll have some information and recommendations for us then?
Yeah, absolutely. The information that I was referencing as far as coming tomorrow would be just information on how Harwich is doing it and what exactly they are doing. You have the Springfield article, but we will be discussing this with some other communities as well, so we can give you a little bit more information to maybe help you make a decision.
Maybe we could look at a couple of options.
Long Meadow.
See some affordability, because it does seem that simply adopting this at the max takes $150,000 out of your Prop 2.5 levy limit, which, if you did that in this budget we just talked about, that would really hurt. So maybe there's some options we could look at that would help, the disabled veterans, but not be just a big shot like that.
Well, if we limited it to, I guess you can't, you said it's double, so if we couldn't just do for the 100% disabled, you're saying whatever we choose goes
It
to all
includes
percentages.
all of them.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Any other questions for?
There is someone who would like to speak, if that's...
Tom Sullivan.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
On the information in regards to the real estate exemptions, you have three options, not two, three. You have the option of going to 2,000. That's number one. That's a flat rate every year, and that would be it. Two, you could adjust it with the consumer price index. That's the second option. Or you can adopt both under the law. I read the law just as we're waiting here, and I happened to see that.
That's what they said.
And the other thing is, widows of veterans get the exemption. I have family members who are presently getting the exemption in their hometowns because they said Chapter 59, same thing as we have here. So widows are getting the real estate exemptions on that. That's under the law.
If they have real estate.
The other thing they've added under this new law is on the veterans' plates, which a lot of people don't realize it. disabled veterans plates, they finally added, and I agreed with, Purple Heart veterans. You can get the disabled veterans plates now. It wasn't in there before. That's something I've been pushing for a long time. Now I got one more thing to push is Bronze Star. But anyways, those are some of the benefits. It also increases annuity for veterans. Disabled veterans who are 100% get an annuity. Presently, it's twice a year. That's going to change for the upcoming year. The annuity for February will be $1,250. The annuity for August will be $2,500. And from now on, the annuity will give out once a year at $2,500 instead of twice a year. These are some of the major changes for the disabled vets at 100%.
At 100%, yeah.
Okay? That's just some information for you.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We have review of our select board goals. Bob has put them into our packet. Any discussion?
I'm happy, Madam Chair, if the board is up to maybe just deferring a discussion on this. It's been a long night. We're approaching 10 o'clock, and we still have more work to do. So I would like to recommend that we put it on our next meeting agenda.
I agree.
Second.
Okay. We'll move it on to a future meeting.
That'd be great. Thanks.
And
Which gets
next
us-
we have the board and committee actions, upcoming agenda review. I noticed that in the month of February, we only have 2 meetings scheduled. And given that what we're talking about with budgets and so forth, I see that we're really going to need at least 3 meetings in February. I want to open that up for discussion, see how people feel about that, so we can really give time to.
I think I'm always more in favor of meeting more than having agendas like we had tonight.
Yeah.
Because it's tough to really get into them. Like some of these things deserve discussion, we just don't have the time to do it, so.
Well, there's the 11th. Is that a possible
Right.
date?
The 11th or the 18th are the 2
Well,
possibilities.
the 18th is the holiday week.
Yeah, that could be difficult for some people.
So let's say the 11th.
Yeah, I think we should just tentatively designate that day as a possible Board of Selectmen's meeting date.
Joyce, do you have any difficulty with February 11th?
Nope, that sounds good.
Okay. Then let's just put that down as an agenda.
And maybe we can move the goals to that because,
Yeah.
or shift it around because it looks like there's already a lot on the next one. Well, maybe it's
And we
not
also
that bad.
shouldn't talk about the goals when we're tired. We need to be ambitious and visionary.
Well, we better make that meeting about 6 a.m. for me then.
I was about to say, Joyce,
Yeah.
are you on California time now?
Wake up
Yeah.
like a ball of fire. Right now,
I
not so
am,
much.
but I got up so early that I'm sort of floating in between time zones.
Okay.
So do we have any board and action items? Because I didn't see any in my
No,
packet.
That's not on tonight's agenda because there aren't any, but there will be some 2 weeks from
Okay.
now.
So we're doing an agenda review then.
Right.
I don't have anything to suggest.
That was it.
That was it. We just did it.
Okay, so we're putting on February 11th, and our agenda is, not adding on the board goals, but we do already have budget discussion on for our next meeting on the 21st. That's going to be ongoing. We can kind of expand upon that one. All righty. Then moving on, we have town administrator updates.
I did have a couple of things I wanted to mention. We talked about this a little bit with the Matikes, and I think we're off to a great start. And I did want to just let everyone know that we had our joint community housing and affordable housing trust meeting yesterday to support that Matikes utilization initiative. I wanted to acknowledge Barnstable County through a grant that they gave using some of their ARPA funds. They designated some planning technical consultant assistance hours to each of the communities. And they, the Barrett Planning Company, they had an RFP and selected them. And so they assigned them to us, and we're going to be using those free consulting hours to facilitate our brainstorming and community consensus building around affordable housing initiatives, potentially for the Matikes property. And I do want to invite the public. We're going to be communicating this very broadly in the community that we're going to hold a brainstorming session. We're going to have the Barrett Consulting Group helping facilitate that. It is going to be at 3 p.m. right here on January 21, and the public is invited, so we'll get that word out. And if any, board members want to sit in and hear that or have some ideas, I think that's like the first key step. We're going to brainstorm, not evaluate, and then we're going to, as Bill had indicated before, we're going to try to get as many proposals and ideas out there that meet with all of our plans, and then narrow it down for there to try to determine what's the most appropriate. And so,
What teams, if you will, would be part of that brainstorming?
that we have the joint community, we have the Joint Community Housing Committee, we have the Affordable Housing Trust, and we have all of the planning staff and housing staff, and we also have all of the various housing agencies that operate in the community. There's about 3 or 4 of them, and we also want to invite the Housing Authority to show up and, maybe we're hoping we can build enough of a relationship there to really frankly discuss, the overall planning issues related to the Housing Authority as well, because I think, there may be a lot of overlap there. So there's a number of groups, and I know, even the Harwich Ecumenical Council does a lot of housing support in Yarmouth. It's not just a Harwich thing, and so they're going to be here as well.
Okay.
And also, I want to let the board know that this is kind of important, that this Friday at 10:30,
Yeah, I saw that.
there's a meeting to review the SBA eligibility determination, just the preliminary steps. And I know we've discussed this many times with this board, and it's going to be at the DY Regional School Administration Building. And our representatives, I know both Dorcas and Tracy are invited, and they invited me, so that's 3 of us. If you're available, I think we should go in it. And at this point, I think it's really, we're building that relationship and sharing information, and I hope to see it go forward with not, the school over here, the town over here, but we're together with the school officials, because I think that there's a lot of overlap in our thinking, and we need to make it that way.
Sure. Are you going?
I cannot.
I am going.
I was
You are
hoping
going.
it was going to be Zoom, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
What time is it?
So either it's 10:30.
Where?
10:30 a.m. at the
Admin building, which is
school
not
admin.
really a great place for tech stuff. But I can ask if they can accommodate that.
That would be great if
So we
Tracy
can't,
could
we
go
can't
by
have
Zoom.
3 of us there, though, right?
No, you'd have to post it.
Yeah, so I'll sit back unless,
We'll make sure that we keep the dialogue going, and one of the things that we talked about was that we wanted to make sure that the school officials, whether we came to their meetings or they came to our meetings, that we had enough dialogue with the school to make sure that, come hell or high water, that we're sort of singing the same tune, because that's the last thing we can have, is to have this feasibility study with different sides.
No, I'm glad we're talking about it. I mean, when we talk about the traffic study and Station Ave and the congestion, I mean, I almost, am against the idea of my knee-jerk reaction is to be against a new school on that site. Because we just, unless we can get all the parents to put their kids on buses, you know, I mean, the reality is that so many of the kids that go to school are being transported by cars, and it clogs up the road for a significant portion of the day. And I'm not just singling that out. There are other things that are going on. There's other development, there's other activity. It's just, it's an incredibly congested road. And, you know, I think there's a need to really, you know, I'm concerned that the state is so focused on trying to do something there that they're just going to end up giving us more problems. If that's the way we end up going, it's going to be a real problem long term. So I do think that in any study, there has to be an honest assessment of options. And I'm very focused on money, first of all, in utilizing existing buildings. And then secondly, another factor to consider is minimizing traffic. So I just want everyone to know where I'm, and maybe we need to have an agenda item to discuss this, but I think with all of the costs, the wastewater costs and the other costs, I think anything that we can do to reduce the cost of that project or keep it down.
Safety too, Mark. I'm not thrilled with the idea of having more kids on that property in the event of an emergency and trying to wrangle. I think that they would do better separated.
Yeah. What worries me is about a study is that if the state's already telegraphing what they're interested in seeing happen, then I think we need to push back on that just as much as they, I mean, we need to push back, and hopefully there'll be some support, you know, within the school department. Remember now, the superintendent, when he first came to us.
Well, he doesn't want it on that property.
No, well, when he first came to us, he thought it made sense to have something out, you know, something in West Yarmouth, you know, in the current site or nearby. So, and I thought his arguments, you know, made sense. You know, maybe I'm naive, but there was a time when we did elementary schools, we'd like to keep them near the places where the kids lived.
Exactly.
Remember those days? Yeah. Where we built elementary schools where kids lived? Yeah, and the kids could walk to school, where it was easy getting there.
That's when we had 6 kids to a home.
What's that?
That's when we had 6 kids to a home.
When we had 6
Oh.
kids to a home.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
boy. Okay.
No,
Please.
I mean, guys call me old-fashioned. So my hope is that in any study, they look at where the kids are coming from,
Right.
you know?
Right.
So, enough said on that.
But money has to definitely play a role for us in this whole thing.
Well, again, we have the MacArthur School, the lease is coming up. I
Right.
think that deserves a very clear look. I think we'd be derelict in our duties if we don't force some analysis of that site. And I think everyone realizes that, I mean, it's great to have the Cape Cod Collaborative there, but, you know, maybe they need to be factored in the whole Matakees utilization study, you know? I mean, they probably want to stay in Yarmouth. I think our parents that have kids in the collaborative would love to have them stay, but, you know, it may make sense to do a school, an elementary school at the MacArthur School. We don't want to leave the collaborative out in the cold, so maybe we need to be having the collaborative in your muck brainstorming.
We'll put them in the education group.
There you go.
Bubble.
Something to think about. And maybe Bridgewater, too. Just, again, you know, all of these parts tend to connect with one another.
Are those taxable, though, or?
Are those taxable?
Yeah, probably not.
No.
No.
No, they're not.
Understood. By the way, on the Matakees School, I did have a conversation today with Cape Cod Hospital on some other labor issues, and they're genuinely interested in being part of any brainstorming as well. On the housing, they're genuinely interested in the housing side.
On the housing side.
Yep. Okay. I think they want to speak to the need, particularly for, you know, for their employees, but it wouldn't be a public thing. I think they've been involved in other projects and where the housing development is on the tax rolls.
Right, right.
Bob, did you have anything else that you needed to talk to us about today?
No, that was it for tonight.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Joyce, do you agree on a motion to adjourn? Thank you. Have a great trip.
Oh,